Well, looky there. Looks like about on to 7 o'clock. I don't know if anybody's here yet, so I'm just going to keep working on my project. I'm going to keep working on my project even if people are here, because that's how I do it. Woo! The wire here. Now you're really getting an inside look at all the magic that happens behind the scenes, because there is no scene. There's only the behind currently, until we get some people. Well, I guess in theory, everything matters because the video goes into archive. So for those of you watching in the near future or the far future, that'd be cool if it was being watched in the far future. Actually, that's kind of fun. Eventual relevance. Well, for you guys, good luck. Be well. And just hang on while I get this armature finished here. I'm basically trying to make. I'm making a mind flayer bust, the bust of a mind flayer, a mind bust, if you will. So I'm just setting up the armature for it right now, and I'm doing a terrible, terrible job of that very task. Here we go. There we are. Okay. Basically, what you're looking at here is the head and face tentacles of my illithid beast. Whoa! Comments! Holy shitballs on a monkey stack. Welcome to the show, everybody. Woo! This whole time I was probably just sitting there just minding my own damn business. And you guys are like, well, what you making here? So, greetings, program. Sorry about the consistent yet crappy pale colors, laggy sound, and lack of overall camera quality. This thing says HD on it, and I don't know, man. It's more like huckadoo rather than high definition. Okay, welcome back to Drunkens and Dragons. Christmas is done. We got New Year's coming up here in a couple days. Well, we got the human New Year's. The Druids and the Warforged, they all celebrate New Year's tonight, and that's what we're going to do. And so I've got this magical glowing beer over here. I've got a sculpture project to work on, and I got you awesome people to hang out with. So I'm feeling pretty damn content right now. And if I get hungry, boom, I got the cheese puffs. It's a lot of freaking cheese puffs. All right, so welcome. We got Twigs is hanging around. We got Paul. Hey, Roger Farley, what up, dude? Hello in Ohio. Thanks for all the comments and interesting posts lately. We got Rick up in the spot, up in the DE. And then there's Sierra, who is intrigued with the top-heavy illithid that we'll be sculpting. All right, I'm just warming up my Sculpey here. You know, you don't want to start working with cold Sculpey. That's going to ruin your relationship right there. All right. Well, let's start things off properly. Instead of you guys just watching me putz around with nothing, basically, let's raise an ale the dwarven way. I've got my glowing beer here. This thing is a little large. This is 4.5 Fremont Interurbans. So it's a little bit of a strong beer to drink in this quantity, but hey, you know. Oh yeah, that's riveting entertainment. Okay, just getting us warmed up for our first topic tonight. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk about some D&D. We're going to talk about some Dungeon World, because you guys have probably noticed Dungeon World seems to be either Dungeon World is gaining momentum or I'm just catching up with where everyone already was. But there seems like more and more activity in the Dungeon World community every day. So excited to be part of that. Really fun to be at the front end of an RPG like that and see all these inventive dungeon masters working with Dungeon World, making cool stuff for it. Just downloaded Perilous Deeps, The new, I think it's new, PDF by, what are those called? Those guys called like Torch Lamp and Monkey Water or something like that. Anyway, 6 Dungeon World dungeons fully built out with great illustrations. Totally awesome for $6. Go pick this up. It's on a drive-through RPG. You're going to love it. Holy shit, Portugal. Jose. Okay, bueno, mi amigo. I don't know what, that's probably not Portuguese. What am I saying? That's sort of pseudo-Spanish. I should go to sleep, but no way that's happening. Rock on, dude. We'll just hang out with us. We are going to talk about the usual crap we talk about on the channel, and instead of playing D&D, we're going to learn how to do it mo better. That's what we're up to tonight, and we're drinking a bunch of beer. So if you're going to stay up late in Portugal, then I don't know what you crazy people over there drink, but we're drinking beer right here. Portuguese dwarves. That would be crazy. They would be shipbuilders, I think. The Portuguese are famous for their naval accomplishments. The best belly buttons in the world. So yeah, welcome everybody. Tree versus House. What up, dude? Good to have you. The year is indeed 2089. It's March 9th, 2099, 5 a.m. That is crazy. Jose, you've got some absinthe. Hey, great one. I don't know where I put my Jaeger. I got this massive bottle of Jaeger for Christmas. Massive. It's so big they gave it a special name. It's called Der Wolfenbüttel. That's how big it is. The bottle of the wolf is what I have to assume that means. So anybody hanging out from Germany, Dankeschön for Der Wolfenbüttel. It was a very good Christmas. I'm not going to lose my focus here. I got to keep going. If any of you have ever made armatured busts like this, you don't want to do the whole thing with sculpture clay. You'll use like 40 pounds of clay. What's this I see in the distance? Gods of D&D, bring me the Wolfenbüttel. Oh yeah, it's mir gut. Thank you, Twigs. That's Twigs, our ever faithful druid. The last hope of a dying world. Oh, that's great. A bunch of greetings. Yes, you missed nothing. Great. Okay, welcome everybody. And there's Pilly Pal in the place to be, Black Magic Craft, the craftsman himself. Time to crack a cold one. Awesome. Don't let me distract you, dude. Just smoke them if you got them. Lean back. Keep on crafting, and we're going to talk some doo-doo here. I'm just getting my illithid bust underway. Okay, so enough dinking around. Let's open this pit up with a little serving from Der Wolfenbüttel. And we're going to jump right into the first topic tonight, which, was it Farley? Was it you that asked? I can't remember, but somebody's been talking about it for a few weeks now about the power creep problem, and especially how loot seems to just make it worse. So here's to you. Thanks for showing up, everybody. Let's have a couple of hours of stinky fun. Ah, they're getting schnapps. Woo! Man, that's cold. That is like trachea spasms cold. That is weird. It's because, you know, you keep the Würfeln bottle in the freezer and then you whip that baby out. It's just like, damn. Instead of freeze brain, it's freeze throat. Better wash it down. Okay, enough talk, Hankerin Fernail. Get to the damn point. Where's the D&D? All right, power creep. It is a major problem. Now, if you've never had one of your groups survive long enough to really get into the power creep problem, you're awesome, actually. Well done. Usually, in my experience, it tends to happen about 8 months into a campaign. In modern D&D language, that's about 5th level. In the old days, like in the Palladium Hero days, the GURPS days, and the 2nd edition days, it would be more like about at the 2-year mark, which would be about more like 7th level. And at least for me, in my experience. And that's about when things would become powerful enough to either become clunky for the players to figure out, they would be unimpressed with magic items, both, or the worst thing of all is that the players would no longer be afraid of the game world. When the players ain't afraid, there ain't no story. Let me tell you that. They're just walking around doing whatever they want. And especially if players catch wind of a DM that doesn't have a true strong force of will, they'll just start walking all over him because everyone's been playing together so long. It's kind of like, you notice in the first 6 months at a new job, you totally do everything by the book. Everyone thinks you're boop, 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 you know what I mean? And you're just following the rules. You're doing your best. It's affectionately known as the honeymoon. But at about the 2-year mark in any job that you have, you're kind of coming in a little late now and again. You know that you don't really have to fill out the TPS reports. You're just kind of skating through it, right? It's the same with D&D. So in the very beginning with a new group, the players are going to be on their toes. They're going to want to do their best. They're going to want to bring the heat. They're going to want to make it dramatic and fun. But if you're like 2, and I know some of you guys out there have been playing the same group for 10 or more years, these guys roll up. They're just like, are we playing D&D or what's going on? I don't know. I'm kind of reading my emails here. You guys go ahead and kill the dragon. I'll be right here. No, that's not cool, man. Now, how do you recover a group like that? I don't know. It's a slightly different topic. I would say actually you'd have to take a break until the appetite returns. You know, a lot of game companies have this problem with sequeling. They'll shove a sequel down your throat when you're not fully done sating yourself on the previous one. WotC is notorious for this. It's like we were just coming off the 4th edition, kind of maybe this sucks wave, and they shoved 5th edition right down our throats. Now, is 5th edition awesome? Hell yeah. But imagine if we had to wait a whole year of just like 4th edition's kind of over. What's going on? There's no D&D anymore. Oh man, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna go check out other games. I give up. And then boom, 5th edition. That would have been cool. So the first way that you can combat power creep is the people that you play with need to be excited, engaged, and ready to work with the game rather than just roll up and be like, these monsters are dumb. I can pwn these any day. Welcome to the coolest chat in YouTube. Hola, buenas. Okay, so there's my little intro. Is like, power creep is gonna be a problem if you play long term. You might have some other weird problems that creep in on you if you play long term, but power getting out of hand and loot, normal loot, and even magic loot getting boring is the peripheral problem that was specifically asked of me. So the question was, what kind of solutions do you have to solve this problem? Okay. Woo! That was a beauty. Must have been Der Wolfenbottle. All right, here's how we're going to do it. For each Sculpey pillar, we're going to have one technique that you can try to combat loot boredom and power creep and stat overwhelmment and complexity creep in your game. All right, pillar 1. This is the most poorly warmed up pillar, so it has to go for it first. It's still really cold and stiff. Pillar 1 is to employ a brutal feast and famine technique with your campaign. Now, I don't recommend doing it within one adventure because you can get some like whiplash on your characters. But over the course of a few nights, let's call it like 3 nights, get the characters ready to be knocked the bleep down, to get knocked off their friggin' high horse. So what this means is like, they know they're going to go into the temporal rift where their gear is probably going to be sheared off their naked bodies as they travel through time. They know they're going to have to swim across the corrosive lake of Chules, where most of their armor will be rusted out, and half of their non-metallic gear will probably be eaten by fishes, by strange wood-eating fishes. Okay, but they know it's coming. Then they have to work through the adventure, do the moment, then emerge from the moment. This is maybe over the course of 2 nights. And they emerge from that moment stripped to the bone. Now, you've stripped them of gear here, so that's one approach. Another one would be to introduce a cataclysmic event of such scale that it actually makes them forget some of their abilities. Now, this gets a little more risky because as the DM, you want to make sure that it feels fair, that the whole thing was an inevitable part of a self-sacrifice they performed to move the story forward. So you got to give them huge story dividends if you want to take away things like spells, abilities, magic items, and stuff like that. But you will see that if you use the proper dramatic technique, players will be more than willing to sacrifice the mechanical elements of their characters to fulfill the story thrust of the world. It's remarkable, and it's an exercise that every DM should test him or herself to see if they can pull it off. Okay, so that's one approach. It's called the feast and famine approach. The feast being when you're just ripping through, doing cool adventures and looting magic items and leveling up at random and all this stuff, just give it to them. Just let them enjoy it. But then when it comes time to famine, when you're going to knock them down a peg, oh man, make it nasty. Like they can't even walk 10 feet without making a dex check. They run out of food. It gets really cold. One of them like gets sick. Like then they have to confront the big mess, and then they're just torn down and down and down. You want to Frodo and Sam them. Now the coolest part of Frodo and Sam is that they get knocked down, and then when they do find shelter and they do find gear and allies, it's such a massive relief and a big momentous moment in your story. So that's what you want to create with pillar number 1, the feast and famine approach. So I hope that one helps. You find your players getting too powerful, too wealthy, too over-equipped. You just set it up in your story as the focal point. So you're sitting down with your journal and you're saying, what's a cool plot with how I can knock these guys off their high horse? Okay, that's the feast and famine approach. So there's pillar number 1. Pillar number 2 is far more difficult. And pillar number 1 basically just relies on you having a lot of flair and good story technique and your players being good sports and having a lot of fun. Pretty easy. Pillar number 2 assumes that you have been doing this for a long time. Now, a lot of you guys out there, actually, I see the two extremes more than anything else running the channel. I see people who've been playing tabletop for ages, they're older than dirt, and then I see a ton of people who are brand new to it, just going like, what the hell is this? What's this thing everybody's talking about? Do anybody actually do it? The people in the middle seem to be far less common or maybe less vocal. It's going to take one of these crazy experienced dungeon masters to do pillar number 2. Pillar number 2 is what I'm going to call challenge balance. This is one of the most fundamental skills of a truly advanced dungeon master, with pillar 3 being the final big one. Challenge balance is exactly what it sounds like. It is the skill to adeptly match how hard your game is to how skilled your players are. Now, this is an important distinction to make. Player skill and character power are not the same thing. I hope you see what I mean there. Character power is my characters have a lot of magic loot. My characters have high armor classes. This was the problem that was brought up to me once. My characters have too much hit points. My characters have 2 healers. They're healing all the time. It's really hard to challenge them. The second problem is player skill. Now, this is players who've been playing a long time who have not only mastered their class, but they know how to work well with the other players, and they're familiar with lots of fantasy content, like the subtleties of monsters and general practices for doing line of sight tactics, healing tactics, damage multiplicative tactics, and things like this. You don't want to deny them any of this knowledge. This knowledge is what makes people cool when they play D&D. So how are you supposed to escalate challenge to match not only a powerful character, which honestly is a very easy challenge to overcome just with powerful monsters, but the more interesting challenge, which is a skilled player. Skilled players can multiply the capability of their characters by 3 and 4x just with skill. So this is why if you ever watch my character creation video, I really love my low intelligence wizard. This is a great character. He's too old. He can't really remember things. He has very little move. He's almost blind. But as a skilled player, you can add so much to the game, even with a low-powered character. Okay, so that duality is really important to understand as you move into mastering the art of challenge balance. So challenge balance isn't just like, I'm going to hurl all the horrible things at you, and here's 10 times more of them than you probably ever could have. Thank you. Yes, I wouldn't call it fondling. It's sculpting. There. Are you happy? Are you happy? I crushed it. Okay, challenge, but there's nothing to distract you quite like fondling a phallus. Challenge balance. Getting back on track here. You guys are terrible, terrible. How do you manage it on the 2 levels? 1, character power, and 2, hey Letus, what's up, dude? 1, character power, and 2, player skill. I would argue these are 2 different techniques that you need to learn to truly master challenge balance. On the one hand, you've got character power, and on the other hand, player skill. So let's go through them. First of all, character power. Your characters are accruing tons of loot, right? They have like 3 feats and 12 spells. They never seem to run out of ammo. They seem to heal their way through everything. And this is your first challenge. It's pretty simple to challenge balance character power because you just need to bring encounter power. Encounter power is a simple concept that some people have made into a true art form, like the guys over at Nerdarchy. If you ever seen their YouTube channel, they actually calculate their encounters out based on experience value to get the proper challenge rating. These guys are crazy. Does anyone actually do that? For me, I just look at about what I know to be player hit points, about what I know to be player heal rate, and then I seek out a monster that is about double that capability. And then I'll throw 2 to 5 of those at them. If I'm going to throw low-powered monsters at a overpowered character group, I will throw an infinite number at them with maybe a solution to stop the spawner. So pretty simple stuff, but it's really just designing encounter power. Now, the reason I say you got to be a DM for quite a while is because it's not easy to mathematically intuit these balance points. But in time, you'll know that if you have, 5 characters who are all level 5, then you can hit them with, 3 CR13s. You'll just kind of know that off the top of your head. And as the additions of the game change, it's really not too hard to adjust a little bit of your numeric approach. In 4th edition, for example, you had to really double almost everything to get the difficulty that me and my players are used to. Okay, so that's the easy side, right? I've been playing D&D long enough to adjust encounter power to counteract the fact that my characters in my game have, the rock, the little stone that summons the giant bird, and the quiver of Ilona, and flame tongue, and the true defender, and all these cool, legendary items, the Eye of Vecna that we've all heard about over the years, Staff of Power, the Onyx dogs, or what is that what they're called? The Onyx dogs? Anyway, your characters have all that stuff. So all you need to do is ramp the power of your encounters, which means how much damage your encounters push out and how much punishment they can take. And that usually just means custom monsters that kick a ton of ass. It also means that your environments are dangerous, that your save DCs get higher. You're just basically hurling numbers at them, but with a sense of masterful balance. Okay, not so hard, right? That's just character power. Now, the challenging one to control when it comes to power creep is player skill. Wait, hang on a second. We've got some comments here. Holy moly. How about introduce a card game that the players use to pass the time of travel? Oh, man. Introducing little mini games and sub games within the game is always brilliant, but you got to be really careful that it can pull from your storyline. If your storyline is player generated and it's kind of sandboxy, then mini games within your game are going to be clutch. If your storyline is more like ours, where it's like colossal, earth-moving epics, the little mini games can be a little distracting. But you can make them as miniature as you like to keep things moving. This element, though, it's not necessarily going to help you with your power creep problem unless you have a metaphysical outcome of your card game. So you could say that there is a card game between God and the devil, and the players are kind of participating in it, and the outcome can affect blah de blah, and this helps mitigate how powerful they are in conventional combat. But enough of that. Player skill is what the really skilled DM is going to work his challenge balance magic against. And what does that mean against? Like, what, huh? I mean, if players get skilled, isn't that a good thing? It definitely is. But I think this is more the problem that people experience with power creep rather than character power. It's that players actually become savvy. They sort of catch on. It's like that moment 3/4 of the way through a horror movie where the blonde with the white tank top is spattered in blood. She finally decides she's not going to be a victim anymore. She picks up the chainsaw and she turns it back on Jason. Turns out Jason is a total klutz, even with his high stats and his multiple attacks and his damage immunities. It turns out he's still really just a big klutz and pretty easy to defeat once the player has a sense of the meta knowledge that it takes to beat Jason Voorhees, right? So how do you challenge balance against highly skilled veteran players? Man, that is a long-term question for a DM to solve. And I think the answer lies in your own ability to counter-strategize with and against your players. How the hell do you do that? Well, if you're new to, oh, hey, welcome newcomers. If you're new to D&D, counter-strategizing against your players or with your players in a collaborative, fun way is a very elusive concept. You're probably happy to keep the game moving and make it feel fair, much less match wits with multiple people at the same time. But a lot of RPG books are not going to want to write this down in print, but sorry guys, that's exactly what's going on. You are using the power of a highly acute memory as well as a fast-moving improvisational brain to in some ways outthink and outsmart your players inside the rules. It's no fair that you get to use your DM status to overwhelm them. And that's why I strongly recommend that you play with no screen. Let your players see your dice rolls. You'll find that it makes you weaker in some occasions and makes you terrifying in others. And that's the same reality they have to deal with rolling dice. So why should you be immune? And if you get that transparency, then it becomes a game of strategy and role playing. And your skill as the DM is to balance their ascending skill, not power, their skill, with improved strategic challenge and tests of thinking. Now, don't give them riddles and weird geometric puzzles that are relatively arbitrary. No, you have to think within strategic bounds. Now, these are all really esoteric, big concepts, but you know how Hankerin Fingernail rolls. I want to give you guys the straight dope on how this gets done. So the RPG books aren't going to tell you, hey, by the way, you have to be really smart and have a really deep memory and be very quick on your feet and also have a great relationship with your players. And if all that comes together, yeah, you're going to get some of the biggest spoils that D&D has to offer. They're not going to tell you that. That would reduce their sales by 3/4. But that is the truth of how you deal with power ascension. You feast and famine them, you bring them up and you knock them back down, and then you master the art of balancing the challenge both to their character's power and their player's skill. I hope that makes sense. Okay, we have one on Drunken Hobgoblin. Yeah, this is a great point. A lot of people play with their kids, and that is totally awesome. What a great way to teach the weirdest kind of awesome imagination. In that case, the difficulty of matching player skill is probably going to be reduced, but you got to watch out, like trolling or zerging a kid. A kid will not take much joy in a game where they keep losing their pieces, whereas an old player will love that. So there's a bit of a challenge there. I don't think you're going to have a problem with young players when it comes to power creep because you won't have the time. I can't imagine a 7-year-old consistently playing D&D for 2 years. It just sounds mind-boggling. Although I guess it would be like a Yamato method. They would wind up being like the most ultimate dungeon master of all time. But then, of course, karma would make them, you know, a race mechanic. Oh my God, that is good beer, and a lot of it too. A lot of that beer. Okay, whew, good Lord, Pillar 2 was exhausting. Oh hey, shirts, by the way. Twigs, thank you. Who said that? I was someone up above. Everything's scrolling, it's all happening too fast. T-shirts are here, you guys, and I don't know if I can Check it out. Boo, what's your favorite number, baby? Bounce with me, bounce with me, bounce with me. All right. So enjoy the subtle benefits of having a giant 20 on your back. I don't know if there's actually a metaphysical, scientific causal relationship, but it sure as hell can't hurt, right? So if you look on the Drunken Dragons Facebook page, you will see the link to our new Amazon t-shirt shop. And really not trying to pull down any profits or anything on the t-shirt shop. We were just kind of thinking like, hey, it'd be really cool if we like made some Drunken Dragons t-shirts. So far, this entire thing, it could hardly be called a for-profit venture. If it was, I think it's a total failure. So I think Der Wolfenbottle probably costs about the same as the total revenues from Drunkens and Dragons at this point. Guess it pointed out a critical shirt. That's right, Charlizard. Hey, what up, man? Because Reasons Gaming here. Nice to have you, brother. Nice to have everybody. I can't count, but it looks like there's a whole gaggle of you crazy, lumpy-headed weirdos up in the chat room. So welcome. It's good to have you. Okay, we got through the two first answers that I had to the power creep problem and the problem with magic loot becoming boring. There's a little side note here, but I don't think it counts as a pillar, which is like, if your magic loot is boring, I would hate to say it, but my guess is that it's not because the loot isn't cool enough. It might be because it's stock loot. So actually, I go back on what I just said. It isn't cool enough. Your loot sucks. Magic loot, just by looking at it, not even getting it, should be exciting. So if you're using loot out of the WotC books, don't. Just stop it. Custom make your magic loot to match your story, not the power needs of your players. This is another area where some of the newest content coming out of Dungeon World thinkers has been so fun. Their items and their moves are so fun and creative and new and different, and get that. You don't just want more pluses on things and bigger damage. It's so damn boring, especially to a savvy player. What you want is something odd that comes with a price, where there's a story to it and a hook and a decision. One of my favorite items I ever got was I think my all-time favorite dungeon master, whose name was Dan, and he wound up joining the Marines, and he gave me this sword of the cloven hoof. And this is back when we were playing Hero. And of course, being a fighter, I'm always a fighter, I was just like, give me this sword, oh my God, yes. So I took it, and then it like glued to my hand, and I couldn't get rid of it. And I was like, okay, whatever. I don't mind a cursed item. This thing's like +3 on everything. It's like this most powerful item in the group. Turns out that he who holds it, each time I attacked with it, I was counting down a D12. And when that D12 reached 0, I started transforming into a sort of a goat. And all the role-playing we had to do in this campaign, we either had to hide me, or I had to pretend to be a farm animal, or like, it was so degrading. But at the same time, when we were in the big boss fights, I could reveal myself, and it just added to this mythic quality of our campaign, and it was fantastic. But I was constantly berated, had terrible role-playing limitations because of this cursed sword. But he also built the sword to be flexible. It learned with me. It grew with me. It's just amazing. The guy was a fantastic DM. So, sorry, that was a huge side note. So if this was a book, that little footnote would have been about that big. Okay, what the hell is pillar number 3, or phallus number 3, Hankerin Fernhill? Would you get around to the point, please? Well, hey, it's a live stream, so I can take my time. It insta-kills the user and his target. That's interesting. I guess if you have a healer on tap, then not a big problem. It's not that the loot is boring. People tend to dispense it freely. It becomes too common. Nicholas Cronus, that is so true. If you go by the tables in 5th edition, you're dispensing magic loot tables almost every session, and it will get out of hand a little bit. With my group, I've nerfed it a little, but I gotta say, I can't blame item spam either. We accidentally got the Staff of Power into our wizard's hand, I think at level 4, and this thing's ridiculous. It basically tripled his capability, But when we came to the top of Tower Evermoon, they were so worn down, he grenaded the thing. He had to. And that moment, because that item was so out of place and overpowered, that moment of destroying it was so rich. So make sure that if you're going to give out the goat swords, that you have the DM chops to then make it needed and make it clutch. Have you ever done a set of encounters that would use up every magic item they have? Ask yourself that and fucking go for it. Make magic full of entropy. Oh man, magic handling as a skill can blow your character's minds if you've never had it in your campaign before, so be very careful. They can get a feeling that you are being capricious, and a capricious DM will not be abided by good players. So be very careful. A good approach that I could offer would be only put handling skills or magic triggering rolls on very select few items. In our campaign, we have a book called the Book of Formless Magic. Our wizard can roll 2d6 and attempt to achieve any effect he can describe. Anything. But the 2d6 roll is not a Dungeon World roll. It is a very capricious and evil roll with some terrible consequences on the low end. Most of them just take hit points and knock him out, and then he's got a very small margin on the top end. He can add to the possibility of success by time spent, but he never spends time on the damn shit. He always does it during combat. Okay, what is pillar number 3? Holy crap, you guys are nuts. Rambunctious. Yeah, you had to goat there, didn't you? What is pillar number 3? How do I control power creep? Pillar number 3. Wow, it's going to be, I need a little more of Wolfenbüttel to answer that third question. Well, it's not a third question, it's a third answer to a single question. Now, I know that this would be the answer that Chris Perkins would give. And that's why I feel confident, even though it's a bit of a super troll. Answer number 3, how to control power creep and loot boredom and loot overload in your players, is holistic knowledge of the game. This is not the same as challenge balance. This is knowing where those items really sit in the power scale, knowing where the creatures you're introducing, their quantities and their approach tactics really sit in the grand power scale. Have you, as a player or as a dungeon master, ever actually played up to level 18 or 20? If you haven't, you probably don't have a holistic sense of the game. It sounds a little mean, but it's kind of like saying, if you don't know how far the story goes, you're not going to know when it's going too far. Does that make sense? These are like classic adages, right? It basically means, have you ever actually fought like undead Tiamat on the plane of air and then been teleported to the plane of fire 100 years in the future and continue the battle and try to deal with those kinds of D&D combat? Have you ever done Spelljammer in a spider ship around a fragment moon battling the head of Unicron? Because if you haven't done that, you probably don't have a sense for where the power scale actually sits. A classic error that I see dungeon masters doing is that they don't really think that the gods or godlike primordial creatures are ever going to actually play their hand and be mechanically controlled combat forces. But they are, they will be. If you take your party beyond 13th and 14th level, you are battling immortals. You're battling primordials. You're battling demigods. And then above level 20, you're actually confronting the gods themselves to change the fate of the mortal worlds. Whoa, you're dealing with time threads, multi-dimensions, cosmic storms, stuff like this. How do you play these mechanics out? If this all sounds bewildering and insane, you're probably not ready. But there's one way to get ready, and it's to do it. So some DMs like to start a campaign at level 10, if that's even fathomable. It's insane. But as an experiment to try to get into the higher levels, I don't recommend doing it. I don't think you'll have any gravity, no space pun intended, but you won't have any gravitas to your game, because starting at level 10 is like starting as president, basically Obama. You're Obama at that point. You can smoke and play basketball at the same time. So my recommendation is try your damnedest to keep a group together long enough to master the upper echelons of the game. And then you'll see that this mid-game power creep that can be so disruptive and terrifying is actually pretty fucking small scale. Okay, that's it. That's my discussion on power creep. We had feast and famine, we had challenge balance, and we have holistic game knowledge. So I hope these 3 globs of Sculpey help you, oh viewer, in keeping your group on its toes as far as its power creep and its loot goes. Okay, what do we have? Jose, buenas noches, my man. Yeah, strength, honor, and der Wolfen bottle. See you later. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, is it as simple as reflavoring the magic items to personalize them in the PC and make tweaks to the game? Hell yes, Nicholas Cronus. That is a big part of it. If people are like acquiring and de-acquiring their items without a lot of excitement and drama, you really need to put some work into making some really cool items. Now, it could mean just make them want items so bad they can't stand it. So don't give them shit for a month. And then finally on the 5th session, they show up and dear God, a +1 dagger drops. The appetite will be there. So it's a big part of playing the table, you know, just know where your table's at, play what they want, and don't play to what they clearly aren't seeming to be impressed with. Just received the City State Invisible. Do you think it's worth running? I don't even know what that is, dude. I don't even know what that is. I can't give you a worthwhile opinion. Cowards live past level 10. Roger, you're crazy. Well, actually, most people die in the 9 level area, but there's always one guy around who will drag the remains around in a backpack and get everybody resurrected. If you have like 400,000 gold, there's almost nothing you can't accomplish. Okay. I'm a bit nervous to kill. I have a new group all starting level 1, and I'm nervous about killing them off quick. Joshua Watson, welcome to the conversation. I love problems that newcomers bring to the table because the game is often at its very best from level 1 to level 5. Don't kill them off quick, but if you want my advice for a starting campaign, do not go easy on them. Make them learn the game the dangerous way. So you don't need crazy stuff. All you need is goblins. Let's take Phandelver, for example. The first encounter in Phandelver is you're hired by that dwarf to take the cart up to Phandalin, right? And along the road, there's a dead horse. The dead horse is actually a little bit of a roadblock where the goblins are going to jump you, okay? That encounter can be the hardest encounter in your entire campaign or the easiest, just depending on how the DM runs it. The book, the module, gives you nothing. And this is why pre-published modules to me are actually a big distraction around learning the game. But they monetize for WotC and other companies, so I guess in that regard, they keep the hobby going. But in our version of Phandelver, the horse was wired. So there was a wide bed of sticks all around the dead horse. And if you touched those twigs, it would set off the TNT that was inside the horse. For about the next 4 sessions, my players were creeping along inch by inch in abject terror of exploding horses. Does it say the horse is wired with TNT in the Phandelver module brochure? Hell no! And I'll tell you why. Because they're worried about your happiness. They want you to be happy with your purchase. But we're better than that. We're badass D&D players. We roll up even on low-level players and blow their minds. Now, we don't kill them, but we let the dice decide. And this is your challenge, and low levels are the best. Experienced players with new characters are the funnest thing because you get a gulf between player skill and character power, just like I was talking about earlier. And the wider that gulf is, the more fun the game is. So good luck with your low-level dudes. I'm sure you'll have a blast. Scotty, is DM Scotty in here? Holy crap! Hey, oh, let's put one up for Yoda. A heroic quaff for the Pope of the Dope. Oh God. Woo. Yeah, DM Scotty, welcome to the channel, man. It's good to have you. Hope you were enjoying your holiday. We are just sitting around talking about whatever. We just got through a huge discussion about power creep. Now, I do have some books. I got some books down there. Oh my God, I got books down there. I got some books that I wanted to talk about. Oh my God. It's starting, I think yeah. Whoa. So before we jump into that, DM Scotty also changed my life. Letus, whatever your name is. I don't think so much in that he showed me the way, but he confirmed that I'm not crazy because he's crazier. And that is a great feeling. It can be lonely being crazy sometimes. So when there are other crazy people around, it makes you feel good. It gives you momentum. Yeah, no doubt, huh, Sean? So, hey, let me field one more question. Somebody give me a burly question that we'll dig into, and then we'll take a look at the books that I've been checking out lately, and we'll see if they're actually worth reading. So anybody got a big juicy question for me? Something good that we can sink our teeth into. Something that'd be useful for everybody. Where do I get the styrofoam? Go to Lowe's, dude. Get the blue stuff. Don't use packing material from boxes. It sucks. Anybody else? The Book of Formless Magic. Yeah, Graves, what's up? Oh, man. What is the best way to RPG a villain when interacting with your party? They seem to get defiant and belligerent when dealing with an empty... Yeah. How do you make your DM pick up the pace? Oh, my God. That's... Okay, let's stop. Those are our two questions. So we've got, once again, everything is blobs, right? The big one is how do you run a villain without it sucking? The other one is how do you get your DM to pick up the pace? So I assume the pick up the pace question is coming from a player point of view. I know it's a strange, how do you define role play? Yeah, no doubt, huh, Scotty? These guys are always, I love how tabletop players' brains work. They generally don't waste time with hooey, and they cut right down to the philosophical components, and I think that's why it's intriguing to creative, smart people. Hell yeah! I think that was a whoop whoop on everybody. Okay. Whoa. No. Yes. Drunken Hobgoblin, dude. You have like chules in your crotch. It's an infection of chules, and you need to get that looked at. Okay, let's do the easy one first. How do you get your DM to pick up the pace? First answer there. Okay, let's do two blobs. First answer. Do not do it while you're playing. It will not work. It's called threatening authority. It's called being an upstart. It's called being a wise ass. Do not do it. Respect the firmament of hard work that he is putting or she is putting into the game that you're playing, and play. The way to do it is between play sessions, either at what we call the tribunal or just in casual convo or over Facebook or whatever. Open up a totally groovy conversation about how the game's going. And if you want, you could suggest some of my mechanics to him or her about how to speed the game up. And these involve putting timers on town, putting timers on conversation, using a suspense timer to drive the starts of encounters. There's a whole slew of techniques. It's that dog action. There's a whole slew of techniques of how a DM doesn't need to be hasty to keep the game moving in a mechanical fashion. And all you need to do is introduce a good, open-minded, creative DM to these techniques, and they will eat them up. I guarantee it. They're not going to be like, damn you, player, why did you suggest cool things that are going to make the game more fun? They're not going to be like that. And if they are, not cool, bro, I'm out. It's that simple. So that's answer number one, or question number one. How do you get a DM to pick up the pace? Man, no one loves to flounder around in a formless gameplay environment. It's horrible. Look at the definition of game theory. It's limited input with controlled destinations or outcomes. If input isn't limited, which is how a lot of DMs will run a lot of their sequences, they'll just let you do whatever. You'll find that the game goes nowhere, and it sucks. Is a true sandbox cool? Yes. Is it horrifically slow? Yes. So my advice is work with your DM outside the game session. Be like, hey, dude, let's try a crazy session where like every 2 minutes, every time we get into anything, you flip a timer. And when the timer runs out, we move on. I just want to see what it's like. Maybe it would help. Maybe the group's getting a little snoozy. Does that make sense as an answer? Just tell your GM a good, yeah, that's right. Arma Levatin? Usernames, I tell you. All right, the second question is way more interesting. How do you play a villain? How do you role play a villain with your players? Because players become belligerent, disrespectful, and it basically leads to teabagging. So I think the implicit problem you're stating in this question, using my symbolic logic, is player belligerence and teabagging is bad. And when I role play a villain who is directly opposed to players, they take it personal and they make it dirty, and their honor decays a little bit. And I really do agree that's a major problem. But there's a simple solution. A solution that warrants another gulp from Der Wolfenbüttel. Here's to you guys. By the way, thanks a lot for showing up, everyone. Great to have you. Oh, why am I using a rocks glass? Why? Playing a villain with effective role-playing is exactly like playing any other NPC. So go back to your basics. What do your basics tell you about how to make NPCs awesome in the game? Oh, I remember. They're not. The game is about the players. Players become belligerent and want to teabag bad guys when the bad guys want to act like they're cooler. Now, you as the dungeon master, you may know that your CR23 dragon is actually way more bitchin' than all your players put together. But being a masterful storyteller, a poet, and a people person, you're going to only deliver as much of that badassery as is conducive to bringing out the badass in the players. Just a little bit is all you need. And it's okay, too, to be very impatient with role-playing because the players are impatient with it. I don't care what people say on forums or in books anywhere. People are impatient with role-playing sequences. It's fun. But if you're not battling and being a badass and laying it down, you're farting around, and it feels like farting around. And no form of farting around is worse than 5 people listening to one. Unless maybe it's like, right before the siege of Minas Tirith, and then you need where Theoden with the... Okay, exception. I'm in the weeds. I think you see what I'm saying. The way to run a villain properly, to avoid some of this teabagging behavior that you're probably getting, is to reduce, simplify. Let the villain be a B character. Don't cast Van Damme as the villain and freaking Clint Howard as the hero. It's not cool. The audience is going to be confused. Van Damme is a freaking hero and Clint Howard is the villain. It's that simple. Take your B-level actor and make him the vampire. The vampire gets a couple of lines and then has to start fucking around. The players, on the other hand, get as many lines as they need to deliver the gravitas of all they've been through. They're real people. The NPC isn't a person. You've got to keep villains in their place. It's very easy to get excited as the DM playing a villain, especially a really smart villain. But very quickly it gets out of hand and they want to come and twist a knife in your forehead. And it's natural that they want to do so, and it's you that needs to adapt. Okay, what do we got here? I don't even know what's happening. Nice. So we got Pilly Pow and Scotty hanging out, watching the stream, probably drinking God knows what, some kind of pond water laced with monkey feet, and crafting for their next game while we're all sitting around talking about the same shit we always do, up in our game. The great thing about this kind of talk, too, is that you don't even have to remember the details. It's a lot like mowing the lawn. Do you remember where you turned the mower and which direction you did the lines and how you got around the tree last time? Hell no. But every time you mow the lawn, you get a little bit better at mowing the lawn. And it's just the same with D&D. You don't have to remember all this crap we're saying. You don't have to remember all the theory and know all the numbers and know the page numbers of the rules where the shit is. Who cares? But each time you do it, you get a little bit better at it. And that is the P word, my friends. That is practice. Practice is not a word that's going to sell WotC books, but it is the essence of tabletop gaming. Sorry about the snorting. I think there's like some beer foam in my nose. Oh, okay. Whew. We got through that. So Scotty and Black Magic, I hope you guys are still trucking along with your projects. My Mind Flayer armature has definitely slowed down a bit here. I'm barely done with the foil stage. Let me keep that going a little bit. There we go. There's that big old Mind Flayer head. Ooh, that was juicy. All right. Cool. There. Woo! That was a full day of crafting right there. I'm beat. Okay. Fifth rocks for any 11. Yeah, drunken. Good to have you, dude. I have a player that threatens to quit if I kill their character. How do I handle that? Kill the character immediately. If that is a discussion that is even happening, what kind of a strange relationship is this? What's this strange relationship? Boot doo doo doo. Oh, what the hell? Oh, baby, I'm sorry. You only level 3 and I had to kill. Doo 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 doo. I wonder if Prince ever played D&D. God, that would be some sexy, sexy D&D. He'd be level 1 with a 23 charisma. His character would be both genders. He would be elf and dwarf. He would be a treant and a stone golem. God damn, that would be. And then it'd be pancakes after D&D. It'd be amazing. Okay, getting in the weeds a little bit. If you're having any kind of conversation with your players about stuff like if you, then I quit and stuff like that, then please invite them to leave. And it's okay to invite a person to leave. Hey, you know, I think if you feel that way, maybe this isn't the group for you. Or if you want to be kind of cool about it, you say, hey, what I'm about to say, I only say it in a flippant voice because I want the message to come through, but I really don't mean it between us as friends. But get the fuck out of my D&D group, dude. Go peace out and play with those weird guys who have the strange haircuts over there. Strange haircuts is all I can come up with for like the bad guy D&D players. It's like we're in Metallica over here playing D&D, and Megadeth is over there playing D&D. So go play with Megadeth. They're all grumpy and stuff. Yeah, don't have relationships like that with your players. Jimmy, get out of here. This is not a room that dogs can handle. And you guys can't see behind the camera, but it is depravity. It's abject chaos in my craft room because I, just like Scotty, just like Pilly Pal, I have been busting my butt to get my shit done over here so that people get happy when they play the. Okay. Awful. Hey, how do you handle magic items, mainly custom ones? You want to play get crazy? Make them insanely expensive and make the crafting a quest. That's the key. Matter of fact, fuck the expensive part. As long as crafting is a journey, it's good to go. It drives story. Anything that drives story, totally welcome. Just work together to create it. Craftsplosion! Okay, let's get into some written material. Part 2. We made it through 1 hour of complete bullshit. Part 2. Printed material. Printed material is just a red hot title for a segment. Okay, item 1 is really easy. This is there's a bunch of really cheap Pathfinder stuff out there now because no one cares about Pathfinder anymore. Amazing how short the lifespan is on brilliant creative writing and artwork of this caliber. But hey, welcome to 2015. This has been out for a couple years and no one cares anymore. So anyways, I am moving my, spoiler alert if Cyrus is on or anybody else, spoiler, I'm moving, our campaign will be moving into some ice shit pretty soon. So I've been scooping up reference on it. So I got the Pathfinder World of Eternal Winter. First of all, it's like 6 pages. So I paid about 75 cents per page here. So I'm gonna have to say balls on that. Nice job, Paizo. Thanks for phoning this one in. Also, I've written campaigns. This is not a campaign. This is a couple of locations and some boring characters that you probably think are in those locations. So don't buy this book. It's not even a book. It's more of a pamphlet. Don't buy that pamphlet. Okay, that's the first one. I still play Pathfinder. That's what my group is using. I love Pathfinder. Damn, I just rolled up on y'all. Get the fuck out of Pathfinder, man. There's too many numbers in there. But hey, be your own self. Rock on. Tell them how much you enjoy the game and use specifics. Find something you like and let them know. Standing ovations. Okay, obviously this is a polarizing issue. If you want to be awesome at Pathfinder, the place to go is Dawnforged Cast on YouTube. That guy is the Pathfinder mastermind. The guy's, I don't even have words for it. He is absolutely outstanding as a Pathfinder dungeon master and just knows the material top to bottom. Me, I am a hacker. I hack every RPG I play, and I found Pathfinder to be too airtight to effectively hack, and it also just felt like 3.5D that some other guys who got jilted because they didn't work at Watts anymore made, with slightly more interesting artists that actually have become less interesting quicker because their style was more timely in the moment, which was about the 2009s. Damn, that was a super dense troll. Yeah, okay, so have fun with Pathfinder if you're still playing it. They have a great book selection. I love Ultimate Equipment. Amazing book. Ultimate Combat is pretty damn cool too. A lot of really neat material. I would just consider Pathfinder to be 10-year-old thinking. So sorry about that, but blurb. Okay. I mean, even 5e, people were playing Next 4 years ago. So it's a little like, and Dungeon World is now 3 years old. So like, whoa. We're there. We're in the middle of the relationship right now. It's Netflix and chill time, baby. I do Savage Worlds. Yeah. There's a lot of cool things. I'm kind of used Pathfinder in 5e, 12. Yeah, exactly. Pathfinder has a ton of awesome material. That's just it. Oh, okay. That leads me to my next thing. So I was still on my quest to get winter things, right? I love these freaking things. You guys know this about me. Some of you think I'm crazy. I don't freaking care. Pathfinder pawns are an amazing tool for casting your stories. So even those of you playing Dungeon World, you know that one of your key steps is the cast. And anybody who really works through a DM's journal technique knows that making your cast is critical. The Pathfinder pawns are so epic. Look at this. This is just the first monster box. I also have a couple of the NPC boxes of it. This shit is massive. There's like 300 million characters in here for everything you can think of. Now, are these cool? This is a dwarf. It is not cool. It is a piece of white 2D cardboard on a black base. But it is so handy in a game, especially a game that only uses analog tools. We don't use Google Images or any of that shit, no iPads. So having millions of little pictures of characters and monsters to choose from to cast my stories is freaking awesome. We had the ghost of one of our characters' daughter, and I found the perfect little Pathfinder pawn for it, and it looked just like it. It was just great. It adds a ton to the adventure. So, hell yes, great purchase. For me, I love the pawns. Maybe you don't, but I freaking love them. But damn, screw that book. What's it called? Irison? Are you kidding me? It's not even, doesn't even sound like the North. It sounds like a desert. So, hey, Paizo, why'd you fuck that pamphlet up? Yeah, I know you made one of the most incredible, most prolific, most well thought out RPGs of all time, but why'd you fuck that one little book up? Because I feel personally upset. Yeah, Joshua Watson, thank you. That's exactly what I thought. But that Baba Yaga crap is just so tired. Is it some kind of commentary on Siberia or something? It's just absolutely weak. And then there's like a Russian component with time travel. It's just absolutely awful. Awful, you guys. It reminds me of WotC, and that is a huge critique on Paizo. Don't say the W word. Okay. We are going to drink more Jaeger because it's only 8:07. I don't know. Has anybody been keeping track of how much has been imbibed here? Because this is ridiculous. And I'm a well-fielded gentleman. And I'm probably going to be pooping black tomorrow. Minis really do make a difference in a game. Jordan Brower, oh, hey, man, what's up? Hey, you know, I never sent you your shit, and I'm sorry, but I've just become overwhelmed. I was going to make you a board like 3 months ago. So, Jordan, I am sorry. I need to do one of those for you. I've got the scroll saw. I can make you an awesome one. I'm sure you're not mad. I'm mad. They jumped the shark with time travel. Everyone jumps the shark with time travel, Joshua. That's why it's always better to go to Spelljammer first. Okay, yeah, I figured it's no worries. It's all good. Man, I just got rolled under. Really easy to underestimate the amount of community that has gathered around my ridiculously unskilled approach toward D&D this year. And that was a great reason actually to gather for the pseudo-druidic New Year, which is like, it's a good time to look back on the harvest and look forward to sowing. So, whoa, the amount of community and questions and conversations that I have harvested in 2015 is really hard for me to put into words for all of you guys, but it has been absolutely fantastic. One of the most inspiring experiences of my life. Just so many personal questions about what would you do? What do you think? You know, how should, you know, what, and not even like, oh, guru, tell me, because that's just a bunch of BS. It was more like person to person. Like, hey, I'm kind of got a thing over here. What do you, maybe I should blah, blah. I'd be like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, okay, but I'm going to do it. I'm like, oh, nice, but then you could do. Done. And man, I love those. Those are awesome. So I didn't expect this, but running the channel this year has actually thrust a ton of momentum into my own campaign and my own dungeon mastering work. I expected it to be more like draining. You know, like I'm going to have to tell you guys all my shit and I'm going to have to, they're going to make videos. But instead it became a much more collaborative experience, which I think probably Scotty has some experience with, is that everyone is out there freaking doing this bizarre hobby and figuring it out for themselves because nobody wants to do what they're told when you're having fun on your own time. So it has been awesome to have so many people respond and to give me a chance to broadcast this silly experience that is 30 years in the making. How many times have I been told that it wasn't worth the effort? And it's really great that technology and timing and the way that our culture is opening has given us a chance to collaborate on this topic. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's really fun. So amen to that. And on that note, moving on to the, oh boy, I got a treat for you guys down here. Here's to you. So skål, everybody out there who's having a sip tonight. You know, you got to warm your liver up for, what is it, Thursday night for New Year's? I've heard that on Earth it's common practice to imbibe on that particular evening. So here's to you. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, yeah. I wonder what percentage of people on the earth at this moment are drinking shitloads of beer and taking shots of Jaeger by themselves in rooms staring at cameras. It's probably a salient fact when the aliens analyze our society 50,000 years from now. They might be analyzing it right now. It might already be salient. Okay. I'm drinking water and cough medicine. That counts, but don't mix. Don't mix the two. Not cool, bro. Not cool. One after the other. Chasers. Chasers. Is it too much to bring useless hunks of leather to one of my players carried around his back? Okay, that's a topic that I can speak on personally. Where is that? First of all, the short answer is no. This is a sheepskin. This is one of the most intriguing presents that I received for Christmas from my man, Spiker. And to a gentleman of my persuasion, a gigantic piece of totally authentic sheep hide has more uses than can even be easily summarized. It could be part of my armor. It could be part of a quest give out. It could be a map. It could be a hat. I can make a brooch. I can make a pterodactyl. Okay, anyways, fuck no, it's not too much. Are you kidding me? Give your player leather for whatever the hell. That's awesome. Beer. Ice Spliced. Oh, man. Good to see you again, Ice Spliced. Okay, now that we have the sheepskin out, it's time for the real treat. Oh, God. It's way down there. Oh, my aged thews could barely heave this weighty tome. A tome so great it requires 2 of the largest black clips that I could find to try to bind it. 422 pages, printed double-sided, by the way, because I didn't want 844 pages to carry to the laundromat, because that's not cool. Carrying 422 pages to the laundromat is cool. 840, not cool. No bueno. What is that you're looking at there, Hankerin? Well, oh crap, you can see it on the camera. Wait a minute, that seems, there's some kind of conversation happening. Somebody's having Smoky Mountain Shine. Wargaming Commander spawn. Wooden block castles. Seems ridiculous. We all scratched around crap used by. I don't know. You guys are just off on a tangent. It's amazing. Please continue on said tangent. In the meantime, look at that. It's A Sundered World by Awful Good Games. David Gill and Melissa Fisher. These guys are killing it on the Dungeon World content front. This stinking massive book costs you $12 freaking dollars. $12 freaking dollars. And you got to print it out. I know they're working on paperbacks and hardbacks for everybody that should be coming next year. But for now, buy the PDF for 12 bucks and print this freaking monstrosity out, because it's dope as shit. Oh, crap. I think I just spoiled the thrust of my review. Well, live streams aren't really about suspense, I suppose. Let me tell you guys, I know everybody has been thinking about what the impact of Dungeon World is on Dungeons and Dragons. Now, you might just be like, hey, I'm going to go play Dungeon World. Okay, great. Have fun. I'll see you in hell. Or you might say, fuck Dungeon World. It's not D&D. It doesn't support deep play. It doesn't have enough dice rolls, and it's not detailed enough, and I'm going to poop on my pants because the system is what makes my game fun, not my creativity as a dungeon master. I'm also going to have to say, okay, I'll see you in hell. But there's a huge group that is in neither of those camps that says, whoa, there's a bunch of people writing extremely creative content for Dungeon World that is totally usable for D&D. I might even consider hybridizing some of the Dungeon World mechanics into my game. I might consider slightly shifting my game toward Dungeon World. I don't care. I'm a smart, accommodating, modern human being who can do more than one thing at a time, so you're damn right I'm going to read the new Dungeon World shit. Oh, okay, so of all those things, I don't even know what that rant was. The thing you want to read is this. Go buy the damn book. Seriously, $12? It's ridiculous. Okay, what do you get? What do you get? A Sundered World, it reminds me of some of my favorite source books, which is that it gives you characters, it gives you new rules, it gives you crazy ideas for bizarre directions. But a lot of source books do that. What David and Melissa did that is so freaking genius in this book is that they know how to interlock their mechanics and their ideas tightly. I know that's an esoteric concept, but it deserves to be called out in the terminology that suits its complexity. They use the concepts from Dungeon World like tags, like hold, like the roll qualities, the moves, the consequences, the question asking, and the blank leaving. They even use the GM principles, the GM moves. They use a very brilliant, holistic understanding of Dungeon World to create a game source book that isn't just that Pathfinder winter crap. I don't want to just be told there's a castle by a hole, and maybe if you go there, some weird shit will happen. Fuck you. What did I pay you for? These guys, they tell you that this class, when you're doing this move, it gives this tag to this item, and we have custom tags that are part of this world. They come from these places, and these places give rise to these people. And these people usually have these equipments and have these moves, and you are among them. Whoa is all I can say, as I have spent now 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks, absorbing this book. It is fantastic. It is part Spelljammer. It's part high-level D&D. It's part Mongo from Flash Gordon, if you guys are familiar with that universe from the comic books. A giant nebula filled with floating fragments that are concealed in the murk. It's filled with ships and travel and discovery and races that are just strange enough, but not so strange you can't even grasp them. There's something really good here that isn't just what's here. And I would like to invite you guys to try with me to see this. And how does this relate to what we're doing? Scotty plays gridless land. He has the stick of power, the measuring stick. I don't do that. But me and DM Scotty are not at odds. Black Magic is the same way. He doesn't have grids on his artwork, but I do. But it doesn't put us at odds. Dungeon World and D&D are not the same game system, but they don't have to be at odds. This is a key realization, is when you see what they're doing in here. It's brilliant. I'm going to say a controversial thing, and I want to be proven wrong in the coming weeks and months. Adam Kobold and Sage LaTorra, the writers, the great writers who adapted Apocalypse World into Dungeon World, they wanted to provide a seed. And I think they did that. But that's all they did. When you finish reading Dungeon World, even for the 4th and 5th time, you're left really wanting. With A Sundered World, you are not left wanting. They give you all the shit, and the organization is way better. They still need to learn like what tables are and stuff. Some tables would be cool. And they want to leave things so open. Sometimes I wish they would just show me a map or just show me a species in more clarity. Their artwork is incredible, but it's very cryptic and dreamlike, very Jungian. The fundamental lesson that I want to say is that Dungeon World is not just the Dungeon World book. It's a new way of adapting how we're playing and using, more than anything else, the concept of a tag. So, whoa, I got to slow down. I'm losing it. And I still have like beer foam in my nose. It's not actually in the lower portion of the nose. It's up. I mean, it's kind of nice because everything smells like hops. Scotty? So Scotty just posted, Dungeon World is awesome. Even if you don't run it, you read it for the ideas. In a way, I disagree. Dungeon World does not have the ideas that you're looking for. What Dungeon World has is tools to make your game better. I'm not sure which writer, Sage or Adam, really wrote the GM principles and GM moves in Dungeon World, but to me, that is really the true contribution of that book, is that they took years of dungeon mastering and compressed it into some practices that you can actually do that really change how fun your game is. Those aren't ideas. They're clever wording around things that many of us have been doing for a long time, long before Dungeon World ever surfaced, and long before I imagine Sage and Adam wrote the book, that they were doing these things. They were doing the actions that they later systematized. And you playing freaking Palladium or Basic Fantasy or GURPS, you can apply the same mental tools that make Dungeon World cool. The mechanics in Dungeon World are highly reductive, let's face it, especially for experienced D&D players. It's kind of like, seriously? But the concept of a tag is really worth taking to the bank. A tag is basically their cool term for a word. But a tag is something that a journal keeper, a dungeon master journal keeper, has been familiar with since the 80s. A tag is a word that is crisscrossed throughout the rules. So for me, the one that I use the very most, and I have since like 1987, is enraged. Targets are enraged. That usually means that they are mad at you or they're mad at something, and they will focus on that something. I think it was basically a bit of a simplistic predecessor to the concept of aggro, which now has become widespread because of World of Warcraft. But in our early homebrew RPG games, the tag of enraged was critical. A weapon could cause a creature to receive the tag enraged. Enraged was a thing that could be moved around. Rage was a resource that can be spent, just like aggro in Warcraft. A tag is basically a word cue that can be crisscrossed through the rules. So on the one hand, you can say enraged is a behavior of a monster. And on the other, you can say enraged is a result of a weapon. And on the other, you can say enraged is a consequence of a failed check. Or you can say enraged is an inevitable outcome of a room or an encounter. And you see how that concept, that word, is what Dungeon World calls a tag. And Adam Koebel and Sage Latora did not capture the concept of a tag with nearly the effectiveness and the crisscrossing thoroughness that David Gill and Melissa Fisher captured in A Sundered World. They are freaking brilliant with the way that they used tags. Now, they have a lot of other stuff that is maybe wishy-washy in spots. If you're a little hesitant to adopt like Shattered World fantasy, just don't do it. It gets a little crazy, but the book will still be informative. Their classes for Dungeon World characters tend to be very momentary resource heavy. So if you know how the tank in original Dungeon World uses hold on the defend move, they do a lot of that. I guess what you could call sort of fleeting currency, microcurrency. They have mantra, they have spirit, is it? I don't know. Anyways, they have several character classes that use microcurrency to transact their moves. It's pretty cool, but it kind of turns a lot of characters into casters. Caster complexity can be fun for players, but for some it can be like, I just want to punch the guy. So that's like the only critique I have. What a pathetic, tiny little critique. Everyone out there playing D&D, playing Dungeon World, playing Pathfinder, playing Palladium, playing Hero, playing GURPS, everything, get A Sundered World. Go buy it. It's $12. Your grandma gave you $50 for Christmas. Get A Sundered World. Now, I just got Perilous Deeps, the new Dungeon World PDF. I'm reading that, but I don't have it printed out, so I really can't talk about it. Because I don't know about you guys, but I cannot retain digital reading. Now, if I read something in hard copy, I remember almost every detail. It's freakish. But if I read something in digital copy, I retain maybe 20% of it. And a frank confrontation of your retention capabilities is essential if you want to be a badass DM. This is another thing the books don't want to tell you. The game is driven by memory. You remember tons of facts. That's why you're a brilliant DM. And if you don't, you will find it frustrating and horrifying. Okay. That was exhausting. Holy Lord. Anybody out there got anything to say? I need to have a nice drink because I'm losing my shit. At least I got my t-shirt on. Remember, you guys, if you want one of these, please go buy one. I will earn probably a solid $2 on every t-shirt that we sell. So please go get a t-shirt. I honestly don't give a shit about the $2, but I would love to see people playing D&D with their Drunkards and Dragons t-shirts on. I want to make some class t-shirts so you can represent. And we're just getting started with the t-shirt thing. Honestly, I have no grasp of what the hell's going on with t-shirts, but we got art just laying around, tons of art from doing this for 30 years. So I would love to make t-shirts out of that stuff. So please go help me out. Give me the $2 for the damn t-shirt. If you get a t-shirt, get it like 1 or 2 sizes too big, because this American apparel bullshit is some kind of fantasy land where everybody's like 140 pounds. I don't know about y'all, but I'm like a big-ass Viking shoreman. Like, I'm descended from slaves who rode war boats. I don't wear tiny-ass shirts. Holy shit. That's a lot of beer. I guess it's not that much technically. What's your opinion of World of Darkness and White Wolf? Oh, man, that is such a cool question. Good Lord. White Wolf has been such a journey, and I don't have to, recap it for you guys, but good Lord, what a beautiful, creative experience to see White Wolf rise, fall, and rise again. Like, World of Darkness is one of the greatest RPG systems ever. I think it's really underrated. I think Ars Magica is really underrated. I don't think White Wolf will ever die. I think it's going to be kind of like Latin. There's always going to be somebody who's not only doing it but gloating about it, and there's a good reason. It's damn good role playing. And if you guys aren't out there getting your occasional White Wolf book and nerding out on it on a weekend, do it. It's great. That's all I have to say about White Wolf. Fucking never die, please. White Wolf is foundational. I've tried to play D&D off and on for 2 years now. I want to start playing, but I feel like I need to craft and write a ton before I start. Are you kidding? Hell no! Oh my God, it's so wrong. What does it take to play D&D? There's too much shit around me to even give the appropriate respect to that. Fuck no. You do not need to make a damn thing, and you don't need to write anything. Playing D&D means, hey, buddy of mine, maybe 2 friends, 3 friends. Have you guys ever heard of D&D? Yes. You want to come over to my house and try to figure out what the fuck it's all about? You're playing D&D. That's it. YouTube and everything that's happening, and there's like a bunch of freaking celebrities playing it now, and I don't know what the fuck is happening. It means nothing. D&D is you and your friends sitting around going, if I was a dwarf, I could probably punch you in your face and punch you harder than you could punch me. Or better yet, if we were like those guys in Lord of the Rings, I bet we would have not blurp. You know, we would have been fine on the Pass of Kelitas. What a bunch of dorks, you know, that kind of stuff. If you're those kind of nerds, you're probably already playing D&D and you almost don't know it. But fuck crafting, fuck 3D terrain, fuck books you have to buy. Go watch my beginning tabletop video. All you need is a couple dice and the will. Dice are essential because they let the game decide. If I say, hey, you hit me with a sword, and I say, no, you don't, that's not a game. Now, I got a video coming up that I've been working on about game theory. So I don't want to give away all the data there. But game theory is tremendously simple. It is the agreed upon rules that limit your interactions and give you outcomes. And within that, you can do anything. So don't stop, man. Don't give up. Get some people who are crazy. Get the weirdest, most creative, most fun, open-minded people you can find. Get them in a room. Give them some Cheetos and a beer. And if you really want to be a baller, just like roll up with this. Be like, you guys want to play some D&D? Because this is a central part of it. This is D&D, motherfucker. Damn, D&D tastes like preservatives. Woo! Hey, Eric, welcome. There's no late. There's only now. Hankerin, at some point, please reconcile Just Do It approach to D&D and that you have to memorize a lot of facts at DM. Oh, man, that is a great comment. I suppose there's a bit of a duality that maybe can come across as in conflict with itself that I constantly say, which is like anybody can play D&D. Just fucking go for it. All your mistakes are going to be the best. And then on the exact opposite hand, I say you have to have an acute memory. You have to know the game. You have to be able to play the room. You need the right players. You need blah, 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 blah. If I was looking for consistency in my messaging, I would be in politics. I am not interested in reconciling what I say with the other thing I said. This is fun. That's what D&D is. It's just fun. If you can barely get by and just barely like have a level 1 fighter beat a freaking goblin on a trail, fucking have fun. Good luck. Generally, my channel and my overall attitude has been trying to push people to do it to the extreme level of awesome dungeon mastering, the extreme level of D&D. And I think what drove me to that point is that my players have gotten so excited about how we play. So I guess that's my best reconciliation I can offer you, is like, if you just show the fuck up and bumble your way through some shit, good on you. Welcome to the hobby. It's so good to have you. Good luck. Show me what you got. And on the exact other hand, hey, guys that have been playing for 5 years, why are your players bored? Why is your power out of control? Why are your stories flat? Why do you have murder hobos? Why do you have these big problems that conceptually have plagued storytellers since recorded history, and probably long before that? I mean, Homo erectus was developing these hide tents with ochre as a dye that has been proven archaeologically to be smeared on the face. Even before we were human beings, before we were Homo sapiens, when we were only hominids, we were hiding in tents from the weather, huddling around a fire, painting our faces and telling stories. And I really do believe that that is the root of what we're doing. And that's why if you barely manage to do it, or you want to do it at the highest level, you're welcome. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to the effort. A lot of what we do, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but a lot of what we do is slowly being churned out into the industrial complex and turned into profit machines. And we're not bitter about it, because we're the storytellers. We're not the profit machinists. The profit machinists take from what is commonly called nerds and dorks, and they take it and they change it. And over time, we've come more and more accommodating to how they change it to turn it into a profit machine. I'm okay with that overall movement, because to me, nothing has ever been more profitable in all of the human race than a good story, a good song. Even war pales, because very few engage in war. But almost all of us, in some way or another, engage in storytelling. And that's why it's the great human tradition. So that's my reconciliation to you. If you're new to the game and you're hearing me say just do it, then do. Fuck it up. All your mistakes will be the coolest parts, and you'll remember them for years. If you've been playing for a long time and it's going flat on you, it's because you're losing sight of high-level principles, not game mechanics. High-level principles are human energy, interpersonal relationships, faith and belief in fantasy storytelling, dedication of time. These are what will decay your game. I hope that's an adequate answer, because you ask a really good question. I present this duality and basically brush it off. But that's why, because I get very excited. I feel for Belcar. Oh my God, you guys, meanwhile, the whole time, if a song and story were worth more than gold, we would live in a happier world. I disagree. I could not disagree more. But I don't need to tell you about the reasons that I disagree. You can go read your Heraclitus if you really are curious about that. Read your Xanthopus, read your Aristotle, read your David Hume, and read your Immanuel Kant. When you're ready, read your St. Augustine and read your Nietzsche. Learn why the value of our thinking has not given us happiness. It's giving us depth and meaning, comprehension, context, clarity, epistemological access. Do your homework. We would be held captive and forced to tell stories and tortured. Perhaps. Perhaps. Hot Dog the Barbarian, by the way. Oh my God. The only way that name could be better if it was Hot Dog the Barbarian. Okay, Seth Weber. Hankerin, how about key mechanics? Do you have more videos coming? Those videos rock. I'm new and I love your advice because blah de blah, I read over and over when I have you now. Okay. Wow, Seth. Hey, by the way, thanks for joining the channel and like hanging out and watching. Great to have you. Holy shit, Seth Weber. That is a tough question. How about key mechanics and are there more videos? Of course, I'll make more videos over time, but they're not easy. It's not like the list of key mechanics is constantly growing. So it's hard to just continually invent them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be key. In my mind, it's essential to hear the message of key mechanics, which is that there's only 2 or 3 things at any given moment that matter in your game. So if you're worried about looking things up in books and moving around conceptually, don't. If you can't memorize it, it's probably overly complex. So I'll keep trying on key mechanics. I'm also, here's a spoiler, I'm working on a book version of everything that I've been going through in the channel over this past year. It's been more than a year now that there's been Drunken and Dragons. So happy birthday, Drunken and Dragons. That's weird. So I'm working on a book version so that we can get it down in print and I can try to refine some of my thinking. And it's a little easier in some ways to formulate a good solid book than it is an ongoing community because of the hunger that you mentioned. As for key mechanics, man, what's coming next? Holy shit, I don't know. Probably spawners. I kind of talked about spawners in my timer video, but I don't think everyone has fully grasped the gravity of really throwing spawners into your game, and it can be easily, it can come out of control. So I think maybe that'll be my next key mechanics is how to control spawners. But thanks for the question. Welcome to the show, man. It's good to have you. If James Hetfield and Dave Mustaine were characters, what would they be? Well, Hetfield would be definitely a multi-class fighter bard, and Dave Mustaine would probably be a warlock bard. Yeah. Yeah, I think actually probably Dave Mustaine harnessed Jason Nussbaum, is that his last name? His soul to create Symphony of Destruction. Damn, I hope that doesn't get onto the internet. My favorite part of being a new DM is just making rules up. Different situation happens. Black Magic Craft. Holy shit, Pilly Pal rolled up. My favorite part of being a DM is making rules up as the situation demands. Unacceptable. No, I'm totally fucking with you. That is dungeon mastering. There is nothing worse when it comes to, let's imagine a quick scenario. We're piloting an aircraft carrier through the Midway in World War II, and you ask the captain, hey, should we go port or starboard? And he like looks at a book. You're fucked. So take that approach as a dungeon master. You do not need to look things up. You do the looking up before and you do the looking up after. You do not do the looking up during. Some players can do that because they have time. You have no time. Also, the firmament of the work that you've already put into the game is beyond question. And if your players love you, which they do because you're a badass, they will never question the firmament until you call tribunal. Tribunal is the time when you say, hey, players, am I freaking off my rocker? Am I crazy? Have there been moments you found unacceptable? Have there been calls that were terrible? But you do that outside of the storytelling. So Black Magic, dude, yes, that is the best part of being a dungeon master, but also the most delicate part. So you always have to do it in a way that's totally transparent. The 1d6 can be the god of all decision making. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or you can use the clock Which direction is death going to fly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's very simple. Let the dice run the game. Quit trying to make the outcomes you want happen. The DM is just a player with more preparation. And in Dungeon World, he's even a little bit less. The DM is the captain. I disagree. I think the DM is actually a little more like Scotty. He runs the engine compartment. You always have that one player who's the captain. It's usually a freaking paladin, like with a gold helmet or some bullshit. Something to make you hate them. Letus lentum. I don't know what to do. Well, my players roleplay outside of encounters, but never roleplay when the initiative gets rolled. I've talked to them about. Hey, Letus, okay, good question. I got a solution for you. When they show up to your house or their house, wherever you guys play, sit down. I got so excited, I got choked up. Sit down. We're like, hey, everybody ready? Everybody got their drink? Everybody got their Cheetos? Okay, cool. Roll initiative. There you go. There's your game. There is no game outside of initiative. Period. Whether you're in town shopping, you're battling kobolds, you're flying through the astral plane on a spider ship, make the role playing the game, and it's inside whatever mechanic you choose. There is no outside initiative for you. As an experiment, do one entire session inside initiative. You will find that role playing is as inevitable as the seasons. Your heart's go, oh shit, Scotty, quit upstaging me. I'm the one drinking the giant beer. Scotty is clearly too intelligent to be drinking this much beer. Holy thumbs. Okay, there. I think I finally reached a moment of rest. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Twigs, how many people we got? Do you have an idea? Oh, shit, my favorite number. Woo! Bill and Ted would be proud. This is by far our biggest live stream ever. I use the plural pronoun there, the royal we. 67, Muccio, get the hell out of here with your doom saying. I like Seth Weber's estimate, 70, an even 70. It's like exactly how old Steve Buscemi is. He's totally not 70. Oh, I'm supposed to be working on a project this whole time. The D4 round counter is awesome. Oh, great. So Eric Sheely, welcome to the stream, by the way. Great to have you. So you tried the suspense dice, where in 3 rounds, God knows what was going to happen. Is that correct? No, the Lemmy issue has been played enough. I don't believe in using casual internet channels to discuss current news. It is redundant and uninteresting. So you had to mention it. The ace of motherfucking spades. God damn it. Join me. All you metalhead bitches out there, come on, get them up. Can't see you, don't care. Going on the honor system. Rock and roll grew. The suspense dice is awesome. Great, I'm glad it worked out. Eric, yes, glad it worked out. The suspense dice is one of the biggest trolls that the Dungeon Master can do. And this is a classic example of how to control the power creep problem. You don't do it by You never meet a bully on his terms, right? The players are always going to be bullies. What you do is you hide in the bushes, and then you pull on his foot, and then there's like a sort of a sharp piece of math homework that's going to right into the forehead, right? Yeah. It's Ender's Game bullshit. You let them know that the game is about to happen whether you want it to or not, so get ready to play. And this solves the role-playing problem that we heard earlier, which is like, my players don't role-play outside of initiative. Well, then there is no outside initiative. Welcome to hell, motherfuckers. You were in the Underdark, you're in initiative for the next 4 nights. So if you don't want to role-play an initiative, I guess you don't want to role-play, and that's okay, because maybe you don't get a pork chop. Everybody wants a nice tender pork chop. How often do you use the suspense dice? Hey, great question, Seth. I use it once per room. So a room is usually one large unit of gameplay. So I will use it only to begin a room. So maybe 3 times a night. But that's why it's such a great dice. It's a huge dice. It makes other dice look so tiny. Is that what's going to happen? And it doesn't have to be crazy. All it has to be is a rallying point to you and your players to work together to get ready for story. So I'd say probably three times a night. Oh man, Tracy Puckett, by the way. Hey, great to have you on the feed, my man. Oh shit, there's first round fireball. What up, dude? Tracy, that is a really good point. It gives the game imminence, and imminence is the tool of the skilled DM. Imminence is it. Every bad Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeon World, Palladium hero game you've ever played sucked because of the lack of imminence. It didn't suck because you didn't understand the rules. It didn't suck because dragons are weird and kobolds have like rat faces and wolfy looking weird backwards knees. No, it sucked because the imminence wasn't there. Imminence is everything. Is the suspense dice the supreme solution for imminence? Hell freaking no. But it's a start. You guys are wearing me out over here. But does that take away from the impact if it's used so often? Guess it. Welcome to the show, Guess It. 3 times in one 3 to 4 hour session does not feel often at all. With the amount of dice being thrown, I gotta say, hell no. What beer are you drinking? This is Fremont Interurban IPA. I've got to pee. This is all in me. I'm going to pee. I want you guys to chat, and then I'm going to come back because it's reached that point. I got to, oh God. Oh. I have to pee. There's so much shit in here. Okay. I made it. Woo-wee! Thank God. Well, Lathander was right because there will be a new dawn, and it just happened. That's a little D&D deity humor there. Oh wait, there's a dog in here. No dogs allowed. There's like cords everywhere. My all-new ice terrain system is over there, like teetering on a bar stool. I'm totally not exaggerating. Dun 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 dun. Woo! Okay. Somebody should have rolled a D4 suspense dice. Roger, you freaking troll. I'm going to keep on drinking, guys. I don't care. Oh my God, it's good. Did you wash your hands? I did, and actually, washing your hands after handling a bunch of Sculpey is really freaking weird. You're like a clay golem kind of a creature. As the ice cracks, a lizard is head. Whew, dead electrons are handy for prep work, but paper is more inspiring. Holy shit. Hot Dog the Barbarian, that is some K knowledge you just brought. And you guys don't even want to test me on this subject because I will go bonkers. I am all about pen on paper, and I did not say pencil. Erasing is for the doubtful and the cowardly. Get a frickin' pen. Commit. Tracy Puckett, hold. Okay, hey, great time to announce an upcoming event. Thanks, Tracy. Wow, me and Black Magic Craft are doing a collaborative event called Parallel Worlds. We are both working on sets of ice terrain, and then we're going to release the videos at the same time and basically show how two DMs do things differently. And I think it's going to be tremendously illuminating because we have shared nothing. I don't even know this guy. So it's not like, hey, you do the thing and I'll do the other thing. No, we just wanted to show how do you even imagine a certain topic and then just show how it pops out different. Because A, I know that he has got better craft skills than me, but B, I have better game mechanics skills than he does. And I think the difference is going to be fascinating because somewhere in the middle is where a lot of people are. So look for Parallel Worlds, the Plane of Ice, coming up. As soon as we're done, we're just going to take our time because if we're doing this for some freaking evil, stupid corporation, we'd probably be hurrying. But since we're not, we're doing it for the right reasons and we're going to do it right. So look out for that, though. It's going to be super dope. It's going to be on the YouTubes. And maybe Scotty will jump in on there. You know, Scotty has a ton of things going on. So who knows when he's going to make an X-Wing float out of a swamp? Nobody. You know, there's going to be a movie where Jack Black will be the voice actor for DM Scotty. Just mark my words. And then y'all are going to be able to gloat, like hella gloat. Be like, oh, yeah, that was some guy that was on the toilet paper tubes made of purple worm, and I thought it was pretty cool. But and everyone else will be like, shut the fuck up. Which floor did we park on? Do it for the right reasons and then sell it. Fuck selling it. Hot Dog the Barbarian. Man, everybody tells people like us to sell shit all the time. I don't think we're doing what we're doing so that we can sell it. Now, talented creative people are selling their work in various venues, but I'm not sure that the experience that we want to present to our players is a thing we're looking to sell. I don't see a lot of greed in tabletop players. That might be too big of a topic to even get. Shannon Stokely. Oi, mate. Don't tell me you're from down under or maybe from the UK, but welcome to the show. It's good to have you. Looking to see your stuff. Scotty, I am looking forward to your stuff, but more so, I am looking forward to your total insanity. When you talk to your own mini is my favorite part. But I've already played my hand in that regard. I've told you how I feel. So I look forward to more things that make me feel the way I feel. It's just good to have you watching. Good to have you hanging out. I'm sure you guys are sitting there carving cardboard or making those fucked up gravel slippers that Black Magic makes. I'm sure you're doing some kind of weird shit. Drinking. Probably like smoking some weird shit you found in the yard. You're probably like eating lichen in hopes of some kind of creative epiphany. So for all you lichen eaters, including DM Scotty, I know that guy eats lichen. He's liking some lichen. I swear, there's still foam. Of course, there's no greed. I spent a decade and a half selling my art. It's not the life I want to lead anymore. Man, Pilly Pal bringing that big knowledge. You know, it really is. Sometimes for the most prolific artist, it can be very frustrating to live the political life of a fine artist. It's probably not a topic that's salient to this channel discussion, but the artistic lifestyle as it's been defined by the profit culture is pretty damn shallow. And there are those wonderful few who navigate it effectively, and I salute them entirely. I have no hate. But I'm like you. For me personally, I focus so much on what I'm doing. I'm never focusing on how to do it more. I constantly engulfed with questions of color and texture, story. It leaves little time for concepts of distribution, of marketing, of business, of margins, and so forth. And those who can do both or have people to help them do both, dear God bless you. But meanwhile, over here, I'm really, really excited about getting back into my armor this coming summer and wandering around at Ren Fair and blowing little kids' minds. Like, that is one of the greatest things all year to do. It's so wonderful. I make all the, not only from two, but I'm moving to I'm from Tennessee, but I'm moving to the UK. Well, I guess you're warming up then by saying mate. William Arthur from your channel, by the way. Hey, look. Oh, man, Seth is all over the place. Greetings, everybody. Which Ren Fair do you go to? Up here in Washington State. You know, Scotty, you make a great comment. Crafting is great because anybody can enjoy it. And a lot of people have asked me, what's the difference between art and crafting? I've been thinking about questions like this for way too long as a student of philosophy and a student of anthropology. The answer is simple, but I don't want to portray it as flippant. Craft is fun, and art is an affliction. I'm not sure how to give that the qualifiers that it deserves, but crafting is a really fun thing to do. There are very little standards and there's very little competition. Everyone is happy to see that you're there, that you're doing it, that you did your owl painting, that you glazed your pot with everyone else. Art is the sublime endeavor of true contribution to human thinking and human revelation through visual media and sometimes other media, but for me at least, visual media. And to me, art is an inescapable hell. I can never stop. I'm never satisfied. There's never enough. There's never enough time. It's never good enough. It's not beautiful enough. The poetry isn't effective enough. Now, is it satisfying at moments? Oh, hell yes. It's wonderful. I love to do art for my friends, my family, for my audience. I don't know if a lot of you know it about me, but I've been a professional in games for almost 20 years now. I've most recently achieved my biggest audience I've ever had. And to be able to create art for them, and within moments, literally millions of eyes are upon what you just did. It's a thrill that any true artist would love. And yet it's dissatisfying. It's not enough. There's got to be more. There's got to be better. There's got to be more truth, more self-expression, more authenticity. And that to me is the difference. Art is plagued by notions of essence. Craft is rewarded with a constant sense of doing. The great masters like Picasso, they cross the barrier. The great masters like Vermeer cross the barrier. The great masters, I would say almost like Daedalus, cross the barrier. They create a sense of self-expression inside a world of endless quality spectra. There's no top end to the quality spectra within which they work, and yet they seem untroubled by it. And this is the mark of a genius, and to me, the mark of a truly inspiring person. But personally, the difference between craft and art is tremendous for me, because my art is never quite all that my imagination can conjure. And I know this is a feeling that many people share. Whereas craft tends to be satisfying upon its doing, art asks so much it can almost never be satisfied. And you can see this in great geniuses of our time like Frank Lloyd Wright, or even David Hume, or Friedrich Nietzsche, or even Mozart, or even more tragically, Beethoven. They are plagued by mastery, and yet their art is never fully satisfying to them. And to me, that is a great difference, whereas craft is the fun of doing. And I think a character like Yoda, the original Yoda, not the backflipping Yoda, he represents that confluence of satisfaction inside infinite potential. And there's something to learn there for everyone who's on every different place in this spectrum. And I think this is why Scotty is fascinating to me. I think it's why Black Magic is fascinating to me. And many of my peers and colleagues and friends are fascinating to me, is that they find different places on this spectrum. And it is endlessly interesting to me how our species has adapted to this problem and this challenge and this strange quest that our oversized, redundant brains has imposed upon itself. So I suppose that's my answer. Hankerin, can you tell us some of the cool stuff you've worked on, if possible? Ice Splice. I can. I can give you a brief spoiler. I mean, you guys have seen a lot of the stuff. Oh, you mean worked on in the past, or what do you mean? I think the booze is wearing off, or is it starting to say? You mean professionally speaking, I assume. I spliced. Well, I have been making games since the mid-90s. The first big one that I made was called Ultra Core, which eventually was purchased by Steve Jackson, who designed Munchkin and myriads, Ogre, and a myriad of other games. And that was my introduction to large audience gaming. At that time, we had 20,000 simultaneous players in an online game that was run on a browser database. And at the time, it was tremendously revolutionary. It was fantastic. And we parlayed that into a game called Evernight, which was more creatively close to my heart, which was a fantasy, psychedelic sort of god summoning game. And the players of that game loved it so much, they actually bought the game from us. and continued to run it this day. If you guys want to check it out, I think it's evernightgame.com or evernightthegame.com. And then I worked at numerous game studios since then, and most recently have been working very centrally, very intrinsically on Deer Hunter. So Deer Hunter, the latest version of it on mobile, I had a ton to do with how that game works and what's that game's vision is. Also recently did Toy Soldiers 3, War Chest, did a lot of that concept art. Really almost completely single-handedly envisioned the game Ascend, which was on Xbox Live a few years ago, did great. Had at one point just over 1 million players. Really exciting to poop out content onto that many people is somewhat inconceivable, but I think if you lose sight of how exciting it is, you lose your momentum as a creative person. And so to me, it was just mind-blowing to imagine that many people were trying to get my hatchet face armor. Hatchet face armor, by the way, is a total thing that can totally be acquired in Ascend. Everybody told me I was crazy, but it wound up being like in the top tier of our armor sets. So there's a ton of stories over the decades, 2 of them almost now. Next year will be my 20-year anniversary for working in games. I started in '96. A bunch of wonderful stories about the same thing, which is that corporations tend to want to profit on what a much larger group of people is doing at any one time. And being part of that group, to me, is the most important thing. And the thing that sets us apart as those with creative integrity. And creative professionalism is its own skill, but it's very different from creative integrity, which is responding to and participating in creative communities. And I think what's the funnest things about modern technology, about how we're doing what the fuck we're doing right now, is that we're able to work on creative community rather than to work on creative profitability. Back in the days, man, the only way for me to get through to you guys was for you to pay some company that paid me to deliver stuff to you. But we're finally starting to crest this wave where I'm delivering it directly. Am I skilled at it? I don't know yet. I got a few more years left, maybe 40. But I am skilled at participating and at trying. And by God, that is what most of us are fucking doing. We're not sure what we're good at, but we're damn well showing up. And that's the community that, to me, is the most important that we want to build. And that's what makes me want to drink on December 29th. Boom. Yeah. So amen to everybody up on the chat channel. Amen. I really want to try I'm too scared to fuck it up. Hey, Kim Hall, fucking up being a GM is what makes you a GM. The errors are the essence. What good story banks its greatest turns on successes? None. What's the greatest moment in Conan the Barbarian? It's when Thulsa Doom fires the seeking arrow and hits Valeria, and he changes Conan from an adventurer and a thief into a vengeful death. It wasn't because he won. It was because he lost that the story was made beautiful. And the same is true when you're dungeon mastering. Does your game wisdom come out of your play? If you play a character, you play yourself, or you play more role playing? Damn, Matthew Schuster, welcome, by the way. And not only have you laid low, but you have chosen a time to rise with tremendous efficacy in your question. Does your game wisdom come out if you play a character, or do you play yourself? That's an awesome question. This is the ancient question that Gary Gygax posed, which is, do you understand the difference between player knowledge and character knowledge? I actually make a dismal character. I tend to be impetuous, impatient, ridiculous, contrary. I am a mess as a player character. The last character I really enjoyed was a goblin pyromaniac rogue. So you can put that together however you want. I guess the answer to your question is no. All of my game knowledge and experience doesn't come through in my players, or my characters, I mean. My characters tend to be very simple, very incapable. It's why I love Zymer so much. Zymer is the ultimate mage to me. He's just an old man who's barely capable of casting magic. And I think I got that archetype from the Disney movie Dragon Slayer, which I loved that magician. I loved the way he played into the story. He didn't finish the story, but he was the ultimate battery power. He was the Nova. And to me, that's the most interesting character. I can't offer all of the reasons why that came to pass, but all this game making that I have does not make me a good player. It makes me a bumbler. So take that as you will. Joey Teskey, peace out, man. Good to have you. Cult Moo tends to be suicidal when you play rolling. It's a great way to be. Caution is wonderful for the dungeon master, but terrible for the players. So to be suicidal is a wonderful thing, can often drive the story forward, but to truly live up to the word suicidal is generally not cool. Just like in real life, it gives a sense of nihilism to the party, and camaraderie is always more important than nihilism. The only character I've had success with is Periwinkle the Giant Killer. I don't even know what that means, but that sounds great. Halfling rogues never go wrong. I'll tell you what, they have big hearts and they want all the golds, and it makes a good combo. Conan always seems to come up on your channel. Which Conan is the good one, the original one or the new one? Crafters Central, hey, welcome to the show, by the way. The new one is nothing. You have to watch the original movie, and the reason is Basil Poulduris and Dino De Laurentiis. These are two brilliant filmmakers that did what movies nowadays have a really hard time doing, taking themselves seriously. Even the new Star Wars movie, and if you haven't seen it, just put your hands over your ears. It winks at the audience all the time. It refers to things we've already seen and delights us with new treatments of that material. But back in the late 70s and early 80s, movies took themselves horrendously seriously. And especially Conan the Barbarian. There was nothing ironic in that original film. It was meant as a Nietzschean commentary upon the fantasy genre. Now, if you don't know about Thulsa Doom and Red Nails and The God in the Bowl and how the original writings by Robert E. Howard play into the construction of Conan the Barbarian, do your frickin' homework. Because there are things at play that are beyond making good movies. And this is what Dino De Laurentiis was famous for. And to pair him with Basil Poulduris, one of the greatest score writers of the time, created a movie with almost no dialogue, whose story is told through music and visuals and is not a joke on itself. It is a literal treatment of the true concept of Conan, which is that you are your own island. You can sustain, that the cravings of other men are not yours. And that concept is sublime and difficult to capture in a film, and I think they did in the original film. That's why he's unsatisfied at the end. Because in life, especially when you're driven by vengeance, you are unsatisfied. And those are notions that found themselves in 19th century philosophy and worked all the way up to a beautiful crescendo in that film. And then all the jokes that followed were basically derivative attempts of lesser minds to belittle the act of creative purity that will honestly outlive itself by decades. So when I talk about Conan, which I do on the channel quite often, I talk about that movie, but I more so talk about the original stories. You've got to read The God in the Bowl. You have to read Red Nails. You have to read The Frost Giant's Daughter. You have to read the fundamentals to see what Robert E. Howard had created in collaboration with H.P. Lovecraft. They created foundational stories that we have been telling ever since. Damn. You said the prayer at Thanksgiving. Oh, man. Fire and wind come from the sky and the gods of the sky. But Crom is your god. Crom, and he lives in the earth. Well done. To say that at Thanksgiving, it's a risky business. What do you point at when you say this you can trust? The turkey? Okay, I'm a beginner. Would you say weak, gimmicky themed characters are more fun to play than a more seriously created character? Sean Osu. God damn, that's an epic fucking question. You present a false duality. The duality you present is that on the one side you have weak and gimmicky, and on the other side you have serious. That is not a true duality. Good characters aren't always serious. Sometimes they're gimmicky. Good characters are sometimes weak. I think the best characters aren't trying to be anything. They're just trying to make it. And if you give them time as a DM, as a sort of a benevolent God, if you let them grow, but also encourage their growth, they are both gimmicky and strong and serious at the same time. And those are your best characters. You can't think in dualities like this when so much responsibility lies in your hands. It's like a DJ saying, what do you think would be cool right now? Dubstep or Michael Jackson? God damn. They're both hella dope. Maybe I want to, and maybe I want to. Are they really opposites? Are they really a binary choice? Hell no. It's what the mood is and how it develops. Work with that mood, accept it for the complexity that it has, and dare to confront the challenge. Don't make cheap dualities out of complex questions. What kind of character is Arrow Odd? Go read the sagas. And if you haven't read the sagas and you're playing D&D, I don't know what the hell you're doing. So go read the sagas. Arrow Odd is a baffling creature, a real human being whose actions and exploits are well documented. Can you decide when you read about him that he is good, bad, gimmicky, complex, serious? No. It's confusing, honestly. And that is the beauty of human creatures, and characters are human creatures. So let them wander. And as a DM, dare to have the smarts to accommodate that kind of complexity. Yeah, man. Androgynot? What kind of what is an androgynot? Yeah, that is a good way to to view it. It's a 2D personality with a single goal. A lot of times looking for simple drivers is really handy for characters. This is why Dungeon World's bond system is so great, because doing bonds gets you XP, not killing monsters like in D&D. And so how you conceive of and fulfill bonds gets you the XP. And I think it's brilliant. I actually think it's one of Dungeon World's greatest underpinnings that a lot of people never talk about. Yeah, there you go. Man, I think I might have gotten drunk. But I guess that was the goal. So we're going to keep going with Wolfenbüttel. This is by far the biggest stream we've had. I'm trying to pour it with the lid on. That is not going to work. I've done that last several years. I have a friend who likes to play 80s pop during games. He means well. Tracy Puckett. So it sounds like Black Magic and Tracy have problems with some gimmicky characters that are making a joke of your campaign. Do I understand your questions correctly? Sorry if I ever look wondering. Yeah. Is that what you guys mean? Fucking Solomon Kane. Good grief. You want to talk about a complex character. Guys and girls in the chat, was that a story or on Chronicles? Whew. Okay, we're gonna leave the gimmicky convo behind. Background music. I'm gonna say fuck background music. The much more interesting question is if you're, just Google epic battle music. You'll be fine. Scotty, it's not luck. You guys saw my video about PAX and Chris Perkins' answer about the key to being a good DM. It's having good players. It's kind of like saying, how come you survived the island? Well, because we did. We do it together. The Dungeon Master is only the guy who's the most excited. He is no more than that. And never will be. And if the players aren't showing up wanting to play good D&D will not be played. I don't care what system you're playing, what night it is, what month it is, what the fuck you're doing. It does not matter. Everyone works together, and this is why it's a beautiful hobby. And it's why, if it's not working out, you got to frickin' take action. If you want to go play dodgeball and somebody keeps kicking the ball off the field, are you going to let him play? No, you're not. Because you're a badass. Because you're here on Drunkards and Dragons. You're here with us. You're the type to say, we want more from life, from our creative endeavor. We're not going to kick the ball off the damn field. We're going to play it like baseball, but we're going to use our feet. So, Scotty, I hear what you're saying, and I disagree. It is not luck, my friend. You have crafted this group, and you know it's true. Whether they be friends, relatives, your kids, your buddies, your workmates, it doesn't matter. The great DM has a sense for who's going to have fun. And you don't invite people that aren't going to have fun, because when they don't have fun, they don't want other people to have fun. And I see it in Scotty's technique. And this is why I presented my video about duality, about are you a mechanical DM or a craft DM? Because I think they're intimately interwoven. Whew. 2.5 hours, guys. We've made it. We got a half an hour to go. And I might not stop after that, because at this point, I'm just all in. It is the Druidic New Year by no calendars. There is no legitimate source to agree with anything I'm saying concerning Druids. But I don't care. Because tonight, we drink for D&D. We drink for fantasy. We drink for each other. And I hope you guys are out there enjoying it too. Scotty, your excitement is not infectious. There are very few who can be excited like you are. Your techniques aren't infectious. People bumble all your tips left and right. It is your persistence that matters. It's continuing to try that matters. It isn't how good you are, how excited you are, how well you have it, how dialed it is. No one frickin' cares. I can say, and I can say with authority, the reason Scotty is our Yoda is persistence, consistency. It's the most beautiful thing, especially in this culture that so quickly throws everything away. Is Scotty do the best shit? No. Is he the super genius that's going to save us all? No. Does he have the coolest stories and we get to watch them all play fucking D&D? No. But god damn it, he shows up day after day and keeps trying. And that's what matters. And it's what people want to rally around, like me. So I'm in there trying, and I get to see him trying, and together we try. That's the shit. Being good at things is boring. Trying is fascinating. And then there's a side note, which is actually Scotty is good at a bunch of shit, but it's because he's some kind of stealth art teacher or something. I'm not sure what it is. Somebody put a big concept up. Somebody ask a big question because we're coming in on 2.5 hours. I can't feel my butt or my face or my butt face. Let's leave it to Yoda. Scott, Mr. McFarland, let's put a question out for us. What can we talk about? Stealth check, man. The Bob Ross of crafting. The riddle of steel. It's always carried with it a mystery. Steel is not strong. Flesh is stronger. What is a sword compared to the hand that wields it? Look at yourself. The fire in your heart, the drive in your body. I gave you this. Oh, man. That's a great question, Matt. Thank you. Matt Schuster. How much of your world is created from your mind and how much from the ideas of your players? And then Charlizard, we're going to get to you. Not to short shift your question, but I would say it's probably 60-40. 60% of it comes from my concept of fantasy storytelling. And then just almost half comes from ridiculous, unpredictable stupidity from my players that is constantly bewildering and inspiring and wonderful to watch. They're other people. They have their own minds, and they're not afraid to express them because we have a safe space. And they know that I'll respond in kind. And I'd say it's just under half because honestly, I do not want to give that halfway mark. I will viciously defend it. I like being a storyteller, and I don't want the characters to take over my story. The poetry will be reduced if they get their way. Okay, the next big one. The Book of Formless Magic. Wow. Okay, so we mentioned it, the Royal We, way earlier. And it seems crazy, doesn't it? The Book of Formless Magic. I have the page marked here. Here it is, Formless Magic. This is a book written by Elminster. It was discovered on a Duergar who's guarding the Tomb of War, which if you guys have followed my videos way back when, my players discovered that tomb. It was right near the guard trap. Basically, the wizard carrying this book can conjure any conceivable effect that can be described with a 2d6 roll. The roll only really gets you what you want from about 11 and up. And you can receive pluses on days spent reading. But man, the penalties for 9 and below are absolutely horrible. They're passing out, they're taking damage, and they're summoning demons. But at the highest level, you not only accomplish the effect described, but you restore spent spells and gain XP. So it comes down to a very, very how do you describe it? Who's the it's a very Rumpelstiltskin kind of effect. It's a very Genie Wish kind of effect. The described effect is the key. The wizard must perfectly describe the desired outcome, or they get undesirable outcomes, even with high rolls. And this is critical with high-powered items. And if any of you have ever run wish spells, which are common among level 12 characters and beyond, you know the carefulness involved with casting wish. That's how we run Formless Magic. It was a way for me to give a wish spell to a low-level character with tremendous risk. The coolest outcome of the Formless Magic book is that our wizard actually created a player. He actually converted a Duergar guard into a hill dwarf. And then we had a player come in to play that dwarf named Boot Myron. So we changed our group from 4 to 5 based on the Formless Magic book. Now, if that isn't the most potent magic in all of D&D, I don't know what is. I dare you to roll to that level in your group. I dare you to expand your friend circle based on a spell cast. Wonderful shit that has given rise to the last 4 months of incredible gameplay where Boot Myron has become an integral part of the group. We have a rule that Roger Farley has moved on. He is now talking to Scotty. What are your thoughts on random tables for encounters and treasure? Ryan Meredith, welcome to the show. Good to have you. My thoughts are from level 1 to 4, do it by the book. If you're talking 5th edition D&D, do it by the motherfucking book. Just go to goddamn Magic Table B and give them their stuff. Make a big deal out of it. We call it the reaping. The reaping is the time for rolling the dice on the tables from the DMG. But beyond 5th and 6th level, I would have to say custom items are far more interesting because you get into a very gray zone of weird compound math and stupid. And this is where WotC, I think, kind of got bored with their own content. And so it's up to you to not get bored. Blair Wolf loves random tables. Me too, man. That's why DCC is so beautiful, right? Oh, shit. I just drank an empty. Oh, God. You know what the punishment for that is. Damn it. Okay, guys. It's coming up on 9:40. That means we got 20 minutes left before I don't know what's going to happen. I poop my pants and run outside screaming. Hankerin, I'm creating a D&D campaign, and the first encounter is a tavern where they hold out against 14 goblins, 5 runs away. Okay. Crafters Central. Hey, man, welcome to the group and the conversation. Hell no, that's not too hard. I've got a better idea for you. A spawner. Spawn goblins until they find a way to make it stop. Don't do 14. Anybody can survive n number of n things. They find ways. Players are tremendously inventive. You have to infinitely spawn goblins until they make it stop. If that's your opening encounter, it's like you all pull up a stool at the Piss and Whistle to contemplate how to make your next 5 gold, because times have been hard lately. And as you rest and take a drink of gar, you're interrupted when the guard at the front finds himself confronted by a crowd of goblins. Everyone in the bar surveys one another, dares to see who has the courage, and heroes are instantly made. This is your opening encounter. The goblins will continue to pour into the tavern until the heroes find a way to make it stop. That's a challenge. Does that answer your question? If you can, they scatter or something. I'm not going to give you some kind of bullshit outcome. You have to determine the outcome. All I get to do is drop bombs. Oops, I think I missed something where it said story-wise. Everybody, do you like politician intrigue? No. Oh my God, you guys, seriously. You know how you know this stream is real and live? I have to pee again. But before I do so, I will answer the call. Wait, BMC, if you're in a corner, you have to bust through the wall. Deus Ex Machina. DEM is also known as meta. Here we go. Oh, God. I'm going to pee again. And when I return, the biggest reveal of the night is in store. And the most drunken. Lord. It's finally time, Wigglebone, to reveal all the work. Oh God. Oof. Okay. Up from the hole in the. God, what's with this lizard-esque head stuff? This stuff is weird. Welcome. Okay, welcome back. Who am I welcoming besides myself? Ridiculous. Did I aim the I don't even know. I live in a world of lag. Okay. First of all, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. It's so awesome to have you guys. There are no words for how fun it is to communicate with a worldwide audience on the creative problem that I've been trying to solve since the mid 80s. Back then, you didn't get to talk to anybody. You maybe talked to 7 people, and then you go to some kind of weird con thing and it'd be like 14 people. I mean, it's so fantastic, and the context of this capability we have is easy to underestimate. But damn, it's just great. So, okay, I want to get to what I wanted to reveal. It's almost 10. There I go, trying to pour a Vodafone bottle with the lid on. $10D100? You're welcome, Hank. Hey, Blair, man. Great to have you, dude. Bunch of crazy fools. Hey, man, if you guys are drinking stuff, getting all lumpy-headed out there, let's get it done right now. Come on. I know I can't see you. You can't see me. Oh, wait, shit. You can't see me. You can see me. Either way, it doesn't matter what we get as gratification. It's that we do it on the honor system. So if you got something to drink out there, man. Seth Weber, easy answer. Umber Hulk. If you got something to drink out there, take a sip right now with me. And come on, Sean Osu, let's get it done. But I would love to sit at your table as a guest player. Yeah, hey, Josh Abernathy, do you live in Washington State? That is the salient question. And are you a serial killer? If yes and no, respectively, we have an accord. Oh my God, Jameson. I just finished 5 liters of that shit. I love it. Idaho. That's pretty much a province of the borderlands of Washington. Okay, you guys, let's raise a drink, and then I want to tell you about my new project that's about to come out. Ben Osborne to Washington. Score! Yeah. The call of the old ones. Hey, Ice Spliced, man. Own that Cali shit. Cali's beautiful. All right. Let's keep going. Let's stay focused. I know it's difficult. We're coming in on almost 3 hours. The biggest stream I've ever done. Absolutely fantastic to have you guys hanging out. Yo, Wiv, the Kraken is in the other room. Do not mix the Kraken and the Jaeger. That is not cool. If you mix the Kraken and the Jaeger, you will walk through walls. You will walk through freaking walls. And not like walls that are astral. I mean brick walls. Okay, you guys, I'm going to have to... Whew. Biggest stream? Is there a pee joke? I think you just found it. With our D&D group, we're constantly looking for the right game to play as a warm-up or a cool-down. And there's so many awesome fucking competitors in this area. Potentials. One of them is Bang. I love the game Bang. I love the game Citadels. I love Dragon Slayer. I love Iron and Ale if you take out all the stupid cards. I love Dragon Farkle. I love Warcraft Trivial Pursuit. I like playing Ascension 2-player. It's awesome. None of them were quite right. Oh my God. Oh shit, it's Twigs. Blockus, by the way, you guys, if you don't know about Blockus, roll the fuck up. Play Blockus. Okay, I loved all these games. But we've always been in a little bit of a search for the ultimate warm-up and or cool-down game. And so, man, me and friends of mine, colleagues, friends have been burning our brains on this question for years. What's a nice lightweight fantasy game that can warm you up or cool you down from D&D? How is it interesting mechanically? How is it interesting artistically? How does it accommodate a variable number of players because people fall asleep, pass out, and go missing? That's a shit ton of cheese balls. That's how, over the past 2 years, the Daring and the Doomed has been developed. And this is this little compact card game right here. In about 3 days, it's January 2nd. What fucking day is January 2nd? Is that Saturday? My Kickstarter for the Daring and the Doomed is gonna launch, and I'm super excited. And it's not because we want to like bring it or something. It's more just like this is a game that we've been having so much fun with as a group that we want at least a few dozen people to get a copy of this game. So this is my new card game that I've made, and it's super simple, bonehead bullshit with pixel art. So here's the cards. You get like a ton of cards. You get 144 cards. I'm not here to sell the damn game. I'm just here more to tell you guys you're on the absolute first wave of announcement that I'm going to put this shit on Kickstarter. Man, I'll tell you, as a general anarchist, Kickstarter and product making in general, it feels very counterintuitive. But yes, by the way, Sierra, there is a drinking version of the game. The drinking rules are included. And Blair, we're way past beta testing. We did beta testing 18 months ago. It's just a great little simple game, and I'm not excited about it because it's a product that we're going to put on Kickstarter. That's not what's interesting. What's interesting is that D&D groups crave these little games, and I'm just I don't know, maybe I just have been drinking for the last 3 hours, but there's something to D&D, to tabletop RPG playing that's beyond what you're playing. It's you and your friends coming together. It's just like in Beowulf. It's just like in the old stories. They don't come together to kill and make money and farm their crops, and that's not why human civilizations have gathered. They gather to give arbitrary wonder to a certain thing and then cheer for that arbitrary wonder. a lot of thought in my life has gone into what it means to gather friends. And a lot of that thought is starting to gel into things that make sense for the first time in a long time. It isn't controlling them. It isn't celebrating them. It isn't taking the intoxication to new levels. It isn't how many of us can we gather. It is, are we building a myth that we dream of in our own lives? Are we building that myth together? Do we count on one another for that myth? That there's a substance there. There's something there that really matters. And you guys know my approach to D&D. It has to do with anthropological development, how we developed as a species. It has to do with philosophical development, how we learned to think as a culture. You have to know the fundamentals if you expect to press the threshold forward. You can't not do the homework and then be relevant to the frontier of our thinking. But if everyone that I meet and everyone I talk to about the same subjects over and over, the tabletop players, the RPG players, they seem to have the cultural memory. They seem to have a sense of pressing the next boundary of what the stories are we're telling each other. They're inventing the comic books that invent the movies that tell the people what toy they want. They're inventing the story that tells the writer what book they're going to write next, that tells the gift giver what novel they want to give to their friend. The imaginative thinkers are the collaborators, and they often find their home at the tabletop. Seth Weber, how do you train your players to think that way? That is a freaking awesome question. An awesome question. I disagree, Blair. You say that you can't train people to be cool. They either are or they're not. I disagree. Friendship is a bond that's more interesting than being cool. Debt is more fascinating than fascination. If you accept the view that people cannot be trained to be more than they are, then you resign us all to all that we are and forego all that we could be. Someone has to lead. Someone has to say, we'll be more. And they have to deal with the discomfort. Someone has to dare the frontier, or there will be no frontier. There's no accepting who we are for me. You guys continually blow my mind and fill me with inspiration because you ask difficult questions, not easy questions. I don't lead by example, techhead, techetics. I do not lead by example. I am a frail lazy, confused, creative person. But I do lead by effort. I've often said that the art of being a human being is to look to your left and make there more than there was. So many times we look forward, trying to create some kind of image that we want to become or we want others to become. But the greatest among us, and I have known these folk, and you all have too, they look left or they look right. They don't look forward. They look to the person next to them. And they work to make that person happier, that person brighter, that individual more. Not some abstract concept. A person, a human being, to look at that person and grow that person. This is a gardener mindset with humanity, and it is the way that we're going to become more than we are, which is a great challenge because already we're incredible. Hobgoblin, peace out. Siete, buenas noches, and bon dia. Wolf, in some ways, I suppose you're right. There is an inevitable quality about some folk. That is our greatest challenge, and the thing we can't become bitter about. Which do you prefer, 3.5 or 5e? Hey, I spliced. Man, sorry you got lost in the mix. Draw off. Amen, brother. I spliced. I'd have to say that 3.5 and 5 aren't any different to me. It's a matter of carefully adjusting monster challenge to character ability, but the games are very similar. Whereas 4 was a bit disorienting, 3.5 and 5 are almost the same game. This is why I invite everyone who believes in D&D, who's been playing it for years, to look critically at the creative minds at WotC, because they are playing political games to hire their creative personnel rather than the most capable people. And it shows in their product. And the product is decaying in its quality and its innovation. WotC, if you hear me, heed my call. Either employ the more creative, dedicated players that you see here on this channel, or stay your course, pretending to be mightier than us, while creating derivative works that are really just a pale shadow of Forgotten Realms and Greyhawk. Let's face it. I hope that's helpful. Hey, Tech Addicts. What do you mean? Please expand on your comment. Your way of looking at playing has made my players have more fun. What do you mean by that? Matthew Schuster loved Greyhawk. You know how long ago Greyhawk came out? I invite you to answer that question. Okay, Charlazard, it's finally your time. How do you adapt a 4E group into a much more well-balanced 5E group? Is that your goal? Is Scotty out of here? What's happening? Scotty! Be well. If I'm looking to the right and it's all weird, it's because it's where my chat stream is. DCC, you say? The best way to work with DCC is to keep it firmly clamped shut. There's a wellspring of mastery from Goodman Games that cannot be overestimated, that must be clamped down. Okay, TEDx. The whole time I played D&D, it was with similar people, usually similar rules, and that's how I learned to play. I never looked at it any other way. But you changed my paradigm. I would invite you, tech addicts. The paradigm, the concept of the paradigm is what you must work your intellect against. It's not me. I'm just like you. I'm just another person trying to adapt all the complexity into a fun night where we drink and smoke and have fun and dream. It's the paradigm, the concept of a paradigm. That's a thing worth working on. It isn't me. I'm only a catalyst. The paradigm lies with so many of us, and I think that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. Litus lentum. GURPS is easy to learn. Man, I am a huge freaking fan of GURPS. GURPS, to me, is the dungeon world of 25 years ago. Put that shit on the internet. Because Dungeon World thinks it's inventive. GURPS did it way back when. But everyone needs to invent things for themselves, and it creates beauty for them. And it's not to be reductive. It's not to be made less. To do a thing for yourself is far more than to know a thing done by others. And this is why derivative things are seldom boring to us as a people. We're generational. We're timely. We're fascinated with our own struggles. GURPS was the dungeon world of 1987. Man, I think I drink a lot. I drank a lot with you guys, and for that, I'm proud. Hot Dog the Barbarian, peace. Hey, how many people are on the chat? Blair Wolf, give me a count. I want to encourage more skill checks. Oh shit, I spliced. You want to do shots? Will you do one with me? $53. Let me go get my rum. Matt Cusano. Hey man, welcome to the channel, dude. Welcome to the show. Thank you, Blair. Thank you. I appreciate that. 54. We're starting to dwindle a little bit, but man, if I had 54 people at a party, there's no way I would walk out. So we're at 3 hours right now. And I'm going to have to say, boom. I got some fun news too. We are about to get tattoos for our campaign. Our player, Florian Evermoon, told us that if we played for 1 year straight, that we would all get matching tattoos. So we're about to get the red splinter, the six-guarded sword. Goddamn. Drink a lot. Okay, I spliced. Let's take shots. Der Wölfenbottle for 2016. May the adventures be deadly. The NPCs marginal. The blood sticky. Oh man, PA. Damn, Blair. I love that country out by Mechanicsburg. It's beautiful. Pennsylvania is a beautiful, beautiful land. Litas, Prost, Skol. Sorry if I'm looking off to the right, but Shannon Stokely. Hey, man. Good to have you on the stream. Welcome. Black Magic. Peace to you. Avoid slee stacks. Jump off interpasses when possible. Black Magic, hey, look forward to our shit, man. Sleep. Oh my God. Blair, Mechanicsburg. You guys, I rode my Honda CB200 from coast to coast. Yeah, it's a 200cc motorcycle, 1974. Built it myself, rode it coast to coast, and I got a headlight in Mechanicsburg. It saved my life. I had no headlight for like 3 days before that. God damn. What's that beautiful college town that crosses that crazy canyon in Pennsylvania? Blair, what is that? Man, they had great pizza. Litus Lentum, yes, I am. I not only ride, I'm probably a little more hardcore than you might imagine. I build old vintage bikes. I have one leg. My left leg was ripped off in a wreck, and I still ride. I still got 3 bikes. I used to have 7 bikes, but now I got 3. And you're damn right I ride, man. I ride hard, motherfucker. You consider using Twitch for live streams? Bronx! Bronx! Welcome to the stream, man. Holy shit. Who are you? I know it's better audio and video. I have a certain view about streams, which I think they actually change people. And I don't want to change my players because I think that true D&D is between players, between people, between friends, and it's not a performance act that you do for a camera. So I don't think we're going to do live streams of our game. I don't think it's right. I think it's kind of like doing live streams of poetry, of fighting. We're going to keep it private, and it's the right thing to do. And I worked at the Twitch booth at E3 2 years ago in LA, and I'm not impressed. So I'd have to say fuck Twitch. Oh man, Tech Ed. Dude, I was in DC and I have a raked out, I have a 12 degree raked CL 350 1972 that's almost done. I've been calling it the Cowboy. It's weird. I overbored the motor and rebuilt the top end, and it's the power was so ridiculous. I pulled the plug wire on the last test ride. I love machines. Machines and games are very closely intertwined. Matthew Schuster, have you ever incorporated an Iron Horse? No. No, I have not. I keep my fantasy very pure. Man, I know that is such a tempting element, but we haven't done it yet. Live streams are for some, but my old school style says no thanks. Tracy, get the fuck out of here. Good to have you. Thank you for coming. I'd love to see recorded poly sessions. Oh, play sessions. Oh my God, the editing is ridiculous. Instead of streams for your games, you guys are killing me. 7240. What's happening? There's nothing like traveling on a motorcycle. Oh my God. Talk about a different topic that is just totally off topic. Yes, I am an amputee motorcycler. I'm as fucking hardcore as it gets. So, but that is a totally different topic. Skill checks. Seth Weber, thank you for bringing it back. How do you get yours to do that? Oh man. How do you encourage more skill checks and encounters? Whew. Okay. Well, let's avoid generalities and just do something specific. So I would say, damn, have you ever done the collapsing floor technique? So there's N spiders, N number of spiders, probably a spider spawner. There is entrance and exit, and then between a DC 20 dex check. You fail the dex check, the floor collapses. So you have a massive, ever-expanding floor collapse. Make sure that what's below the floor is terrifying. Probably a sea of spiders. But if you want to get more checks, you need to take it. You need to grab the balls and pull. You're the DM, man. If you want it to be near impossible to cross a 20-foot space, you can make it happen. Use room DC. Know your player capabilities. And then drop them and drop them and drop them. They will do crazy shit. Our last session, our paladin, I do a disservice. Our cleric, he tied a rope around his waist and jumped into the void to save our druid because she fucked up the collapsing floor roll. And then he missed it. They both had a finger, and then there was a rogue, and he jumped over, and he had to make the check. He pulled him up, and it was ridiculous. It was some of the most epic play. And when I asked our dwarf, Boot, he told me it was the most incredible room we've ever played. And I had two mechanics. One was a DC 20 dex check to keep the floor from collapsing, and a DC 20 dex check to grab a board if it collapsed, right? So you get two chances. Also, there was a spider spawner. The entire circumference of the room was spawning spiders who were doing 1d8 plus 3 damage on every attack. So you would be getting 5 to 7 attacks per person. They're swarming. That is an encounter. That is a way to press ability checks. What traps do you love to pull? Oh my God, Shannon Stokely, you're such a troll. What traps do I love to pull? My favorite traps are ones that are out in the open. Hidden traps are for trolls. You have to show them the bed of spikes. The stupid thing about players is they'll still walk over it. Yeah, Dwarf. Yes, you answer your own question very well. You guys there's too many comments to keep up with. Hanger, what are your thoughts on town design? Crafter Central. I do a 6-piece town. So you go into town, there are 6 buildings. You use a 1d6 to move around, and you can't spend more than 1 turn on 1 location, and you only get 3 total turns. That way you don't just get to tour town. Have you ever traveled Europe? You don't just get to go everywhere. You only get to go to about half the places. So make 6 locations, a total of 3 possible visits, and if you want to randomize, roll. Otherwise, they choose. It keeps it very tight. You want to be a real troll? Whip out your timer. You guys have seen my timer. I have a 2-minute timer. So you go to a vendor, you're in town, whatever the fuck boring shit is happening because you want to be cool and you want to play fucking Faxanadu. Good on you. You have 2 minutes to play Faxanadu. It's very simple. Do traps have to be fair? No. No, they don't. Fair traps are the most terrible, but unfair traps are quick. Ian Hogan, welcome to the show, man. Good to have you. Good Lord, it's 10:24. We're going to fucking stop at 11 o'clock. 4 hours is ridiculous. 5e is very streamlined, organized, and shit. Ian, you did not present a question. You simply presented a statement that we have all long ago realized. Form it into a question. Gary Trent. Holy shit. Welcome to the stream, man. Nice to have you. Haven't seen you so far. And I am. Oh shit. It's empty again. The real world isn't fair. Why should Fantasyland? Tracy, work on your grammar. Why should Fantasyland be fair? You put in the effort to say it properly. English is a beautiful language. Don't butcher it. The real world isn't fair. Why should Fantasyland be fair? Is the real world unfair? I would challenge all of you with all of your brilliant thoughts to consider this question, because I think that the real world is fair. We are rewarded in kind to our effort. The real world is not easy, but it's not unfair. Is war unfair? I don't think it is. The tradition of terror that's passed down from generation to generation is more than worth researching. Ever must you hurl your body against what you perceive as the odds. If you do less than this, you are not participating, and you will perceive it as unfair. Litas, thank you for participating. Good night. Ian Hogan, yes, I'm with you. You guys, what a wonderful stream, a wonderful stream of consciousness, a nebula of thoughts. And we're into 3.5 hours, but there's no going back now. The druidic New Year has begun. I was diagnosed with MS. I was diagnosed with MS. Instead of crying, I blah, blah, blah. You did cry. I cried. We lose our mothers. We lose our limbs. We lose our bodies. We lose our hope. This is the moment that we make the stories we've been talking about. This is the moment that we prove we believe what we said. And we go into the terrible end. This is the moment that matters the most. It's the adventure of the truth. The unexpected limitations that we all face, the terror of the unexpected. And here we find the truth of who we are. Mighty or meek, and neither is wrong. For to feel the pain and abscond is no less than to hurl yourself into the oblivion of relief. This is why we rally together. This is why we group. Everything that I thought would be with my life was annihilated. My body is a wreckage. You'd be amazed what one less limb will do. You'd think maybe you could spare one, but and with people stricken with MS, they find themselves stricken despite all their belief. And it isn't how you're stricken that matters. It's what you believe to be inevitable that matters. Are we going to tell the stories? Are we going to gather our friends? Are we going to muster might? Indomitable pain making us strong? Or will we recede into irrelevance, dominated by pathetic little physical limitations? It's not an easy answer. But it's an answer that playing this game, doing this habit, telling these stories answers. I am more than this. I am my comprehension of all we have gathered and how it makes stories. This is a good feeling, an overdue feeling. Tabletop is a place where people come together person to person. No bullshit. God damn you blessed few who have stayed here while we drink together. Tabletop is a place where we tell stories about what should be, not what is. And some of the greatest dungeon masters are those who have lost the most, who've paid a terrible price just to fucking stand here. And they form this terror, this uncontrollable world. They form it into a story that is friendship, that is truth. Everything that should have been and wasn't. Everything that could be and still can. This is why we do it. This is why we bother with all this stupid dice mechanics and putting foil on things with wires on wood. And look at this. What is this? It is a constant effort to regain all that we are, despite all that we've become. Ian Hogan, you're right. I am a savage. I'm a monster. I'm a three-limbed beast, a mechanic, a game designer, a husband, an uncle, a godfather, a destructive force, constantly reminding the world what heroism is. I didn't want to be this, but I am. And there's no backing down. You drink with me, God damn it. You drink with me. We're going to make it to 11. You're damn right it got deep. It was deep from the beginning, Seth. The only thing that changed was your acknowledgement of the depth. There's a very simple confluence between drunkenness and creativity. They call it Balmer's Peak. I'm unimpressed with Balmer's Peak, as my kinfolk died on spears in the thousands in 1066. They knew little of Balmer's Peak and require nothing from it. I spliced Tracy, Dwarf, Ian. Get your drink in your hand and drink with me. Come on. Enough. Enough crap. Is Fenyar the accursed? It can be hard to back down, hard to compromise, hard to make light of these vows that make alcohol so potent, but by the old gods. I don't feel bound by Christianity. I don't feel bound by what I'm supposed to do. The new year breaks. The moon stands low, the sun even lower, and great long shadows cast tell me a new year begins. I don't look to others for heroism. I look within. All that I know, all that I benefit from, all that I've been given has been earned on the end of a pike. Blood spilled on stones. White people, black people, brown people, islanders, yellow men, Mongolians, wolf riders, all real. More real than you would care to imagine. And in that context, you find yourself challenged with the world. A universe corrupted by corporate greed and eclipsed by the usurpation of all we do by the greedy to make it product. We're more than that. Magna Ryu! The Norsemen and the Picts. Ever have we gazed at one another over fort walls, but we're the same. The Northmen simply wear more clothing. There's more to us. There's more to us than this. It's what you feel right now. That is D&D. That is dungeon mastering. That is storytelling. That is what we've earned by dying on the end of spikes for 10,000 years. For 400,000 years, we've died on spikes, all of us. It is the way of our people on the earth. And the survivors get to think. The survivors get to enjoy. The survivors have made of a thing that those who perish are not made of. And this is what Earth chose for us. I studied anthropology all that I could and archaeology, and I got the degree. I studied philosophy all that I could and did the work and got the degree. And to me, the two are intertwined and they become a thing called storytelling. Who we were and who we are. Tracy Puckett. I did. I painted what I thought to be a fire, and then I scraped off all the paint. And the yellow came off before the orange. And when we put a light behind it, it glowed like a campfire. There's no dreams. There's no winning. Tracy, how many people are with us still? What do you mean by accidental, Baron X? What do you mean by accidental? What do you mean by accidental? As if to say that I stumbled into this. Like a fool, I randomly say things that happen to be true. What does accidental mean? Ian Hogan. You must. Tonight is special. Otherwise, I would have stopped. But look what I did to Wolfenbüttel. It was here. There's so much to fucking thinking about. Charlazard, I don't want what you said to be in vain. Charlazard, I want to show you that it's true. That's my leg. My left leg. I am a thing that's been created by the way that machines wage war against us. I'm a creature born of education and horror. I am all you dread to become. The frontier of human durability. That's my leg. My leg is the helmet of a Gundam Blue Astray from Armada. Blue Astray was my favorite Gundam, so I had it inlaid into my prosthetic leg. Because people who have less than 4 limbs are not defeated. We're more than not defeated. Enough. Enough of gloating. And what a strange form of gloating it is. For those with mechanical limbs, onto those without. Magna Ryu. I did it. I worked with my prosthetist to inlay a Gundam helmet into the carbon fiber. This is a thing that can be done. It's a matter of finding the right art and using the right mechanical technique. With this leg, my Gundam leg, I walked across Spain. I took the pilgrim. I've said too much. I can't reveal everything about myself. Ian Hogan. We few who bring a story to the hearts of men. Blessed are we whose imagination can create worlds. God damn, is that true in ancient times and true today? And it's so easy for everyone to demote you. They want to think that what you're doing is useless. It's not. We're doing the thing that we did from the beginning. You mean this? If you can't use a bunch of bullshit that you put a bunch of work into as a coaster, then you're not getting anything done. I spliced. Yes. Together, let's do it. Quit thinking about this. What will you do about it? How will you manifest the power? The power is not mine, it's ours. That's what's so wonderful. It isn't mine. It's us. It's us that matters. And the more time that passes, the more we matter. I just saw a person and a dog. Family means so much. I have to ask you guys now. There's probably maybe what, 10 of us left? Should we keep drinking together? Or should we call it a night? It was Bastilla. It was Twigs. Ian wants to drink more. Bastilla Lungbrow. Speak yourself. Where are you from? Dwarf. Blair is still thirsty. Then I am still thirsty. God damn it, with the lid on again. Why did I even put a fucking lid on there? Like it's gonna not be fresh. Oh my God, that's a ridiculous overpour. God damn it, when you have a Minotaur facing you down, all you have to do is move out of the line of sight. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Come on. God damn it. Christ. Oh. Oh, Lord. Okay, there we go. Tracy Puckett. Go. Go to sleep. You guys, it's getting hard to read the things that are on the screen there. Do you want to wear a shirt this cool? You should go buy the t-shirt and give me like $1.70. Welcome to viable business. Okay, look. Minotaurs only move in straight lines. God damn, I should have put more silver on this. Look, what? Gosling's Bermuda. You guys. Oh, Josh Abernathy. Go to Runehammer on Amazon. Runehammer on Amazon. And you'll get the cool part, which is. Look at this. See this shit? This is a hand-forged magic wand, motherfuckers. Okay, I digress. I shouldn't talk about that. Look at this crap. This is a gripper. Where is this trying to be? Okay, seriously. We are talking about a bunch of crap. Runehammer. Quadruple XL? Yeah, actually, I think they make that. Just don't do American Apparel because they live in a dreamland. Buy this shirt where I can donate to your cause. Hey, Josh Abernathy, I would love it if you donated to the cause. The cause is like, I don't know, probably $2,000 underwater. So use the tip feature on the video. I have to pee. Are there still like 40 people here? Okay, hold. Hold here. When I get back, I don't think we're going to drink anything but Jaeger. I'm going to go pee in the yard real quick. Eric, come. I am finding it difficult to read. the comments on the stream. And a shot of diversion awaits me here on my journal. 46? Dear God. That's a big group to DM for. Can someone give me a question to keep me from passing out and pooping myself? I would like to poop. I would like to poop on that rolling box right over there. What? Huh? Why is the rum always gone? Because pirates, asshole. Because pirates! Is the end approaching? Hell no, this is only the beginning. Are these the only questions you have? You need rest, Hankerin. God, you are correct. 4 hours of drinking with a camera could be a little draining for a 42-year-old. How often have you gotten the party drunk in the game? And how do you reconcile newer and older players? I would say 20% of the time we got drunk. And D&D became ridiculous. How do you reconcile new players and old players? Danger. So many dungeon masters underestimate the power of danger. They keep fucking either catering or being bastards. Don't be a dick, but don't be all like, maybe you'll live. They can survive 3x what you think they can. Quit beating around the bush. But don't use drunkenness as a tactic to unmake their tactics. Use the game. Use holistic knowledge of the game. If you don't have holistic knowledge of the game, that's okay. Work your way into it, but with the goal being the same. Play equals practice. Practice equals understanding. Understanding equals challenge. How do I keep my players in line? What is leadership? A curse. If those around you aren't fanatically following you, you're not being a leader. A strange curse and an early death for true leaders. But as a dungeon master, you will embrace this horror and give certainty to the uncertain. I swear there's still a little bit of foam in my fucking nose. Wait, rinsing. Big effing hammer. You guys, thank you for showing the fuck up. If you can't get drunk in 4 hours, you can't get drunk. So I tried my damnedest. Thank you for coming to think about what we're thinking about, what I'm thinking about. Not we. Enough of the royal we. There's no more Drunkens and Dragons. It's me, Brandish Gilham. in 4 hours of time of thinking about it. If you can't think about it honestly, you can't. There's a beauty to what we do. Fantasy storytelling. Not being cool. Not being new. Not being. It's that moment when you wonder if you're crossing a boundary. Have you ever faced that moment? It's the most beautiful moment of them all, because what you do is you bash across it. You not only become awkward, you own the awkwardness because you're a leader. And that is the dungeon master. And that is the person that, the thing that I'm trying to convey to the world, the thing I try to convey in my channel is intended for. The storyteller, the defier, the self-destructor. They don't want to tell you that in the books because it won't sell books. But the truth of the matter is that you must burn your life to create this, to do this work. The reason players are fascinated with and supremely satisfied by your gameplay is that you are not only smart and creative and effective, you have the balls to come forth and say, enough bullshit. We will not pretend to be cool. We will not pretend to be this other thing. We will do this together. And we will grow the human myth. That is the power of the Dungeon Master. Not the technical skill, not the performance, not the research, not the patience, not the lack of social life. The will to make us more. In our imaginations, the place where we're supreme as a race. This place you will sacrifice everything to reign in, to guide, to say, I am the most creative and I will bring you forward. I will open new worlds of imagination. You will dare to proclaim this and you won't compromise. This is the beauty of the storyteller, the bard, the rejected scholar. Ever have we been mocked? Ever have we been mocked? Ever have we been mocked as wars have unfolded? And ever have we outlasted them? Heraclitus is one of the greatest of us. Xanthippus, Plato, Aristotle, even the bard himself. You must study. Who has done this before us? You must. To comprehend what we're doing without acknowledging all those of us who've done it is folly. You must comprehend architecture. You must comprehend poetry. You must comprehend philosophy. You must comprehend history. These are the disciplines that have created role-playing. Death awaits us all and silences all our efforts. So you must choose with tremendous efficacy that which you do unto death. I choose this, to tell tales of great deeds. My family name is earned by shipwrights slain in battle in 1066. All I need do is survive until 2066. I will make 1,000 years of my kin. This is all we have to do as storytellers. Hold, hold, hold. The human race ever wants to decay. Technology grinds at us. But the old ways are stronger. Combat, faith, loyalty, truth, courage. Old things that when you look at your father and your mother, you see. I am beyond all of these things since I've been torn limb from limb. I am a beacon of how you can endure. I should have died, but I didn't. And what I choose to do with this hard-earned life, this human paintbrush of a life, blood on concrete, that's what I paid. What I choose to do with it is ride motorcycles and play D&D. What I choose to do with it is ride motorcycles and play D&D and build Jeeps. You patient few are the ones. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining me. If you know what the human paintbrush means, I'm sad for you. It's a terrible thing. Charizard. Wrongs. What do you know of my CJ, of my JK? I love machines. I've always loved machines. I've always loved. There's a commonality between building machines and playing D&D that few acknowledge. But I'm here to acknowledge. Enough stereotypes of the isolated dork. It's over. We're in the realm of the renegade mechanic, the family man, the poet, the shoemaker, the cheeseburger flipper, who are all creating adventures. Enough stereotypes, enough bullshit where we treat each other like categories. Enough. I'm not a category, and neither are you. And never accept that evaluation. Never. And if you need me as a leader, then use me. But I'm not that. Just trying to make it to the end. Which is when I decide that we should stop. When honesty is too much. I see double everything I look at, if not triple. A Jaeger shot waiting, a beer unfinished. This, just like all of you. This is it. The confluence of stupidity and sanity. The place where you can't explain anything anymore. This is it. The hard-earned result. Log off, beautiful collaborators. Let's call it done. 4 minutes and counting. You can do your 11:30, we're done. William Jordan. Log off, motherfuckers. Just log the fuck off. And don't go to sleep. Walk outside, breathe in through nose, out through mouth. The Daruma way. Do not blink. It's a good way. And to our end, I raise this one final cup of Wilfenberger. Der Geringschnupps. Jägermeister. I see all of you on the feed. Good evening. Merry New Year. May the shadow of Stonehenge fall upon your dreams. A rectangular absolute. I spliced. Yes. Crafter Central. Yes. Raise this final cup with me, all of you. Enough chat. Raise this cup with me, you. Don't let me be alone. Strange teeth and mechanical objects, tiny cameras. A world that makes no sense. But storytelling. Continuing to believe that we are not a doomed race, but a noble breed of creatures. Impressive. As if it meant to make me hesitate. Good evening. I wish you farewell. Strength. Honor. And all of us. Until next time. Mavis? You can do your thing at the end.